Hey everybody, I hope you're doing well this morning. I'm just now getting on after all my trading last night where I kind of basically made my goals. I do have, I did chase and blow one of my trial accounts here that was dumb, but whatever. These three are still passed. This one needs one more day, so I'll have it tomorrow. I'll have these in the next 2 days. These ones also all have oh, 30 minutes to open. Oh, there's my two PA accounts that I made $500 on last night that I'm happy with. I'm still on goal for what I need for that. But anyway, these three I'm gonna concentrate on now, or my three. But I want to look and see how many more days I have left to trade these before they reset on my Apex. I'm gonna log in real quick and look at my dashboard and see when they're resetting. Also, it looks like Apex Trader Funding has a new logo. So I'm going to have to be using some stuffs here. Are they adjusted their prices? Kind of looks like it actually to me, but I actually kind of like the way their new website looks. Did a good job on this. And they even give you. That's cool. Nope, that's not it. Here, so you guys can see what their updated website looks like. I actually really like the way they updated it. It looks a lot better. Noticed it on the mobile the other day too. But anyway, let's go see how many days I have left. I really want you to see my login info or my accounts. On 589, 590. We'll reset on the 18th. Cool. I have a little bit more days than I thought I did on that one. So not as it is much of a rush, so that I'm not having to pass them again. That one is also on the 19th. It's also on the 18th. Okay. So we have 4 days. 5, 6, 7, 8. Basically have 8 days, or a total of 8 days of trading. I have 1, 2, 3 more days. So I really need to be shooting for around 1,000 per day on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So let's see if we can't get us a little bit closer to that today. This morning at open, I'm probably not going to put in trades right at open, maybe. Maybe just a sim trade. This large downtrend that happened last night is crazy. So I'm not sure if we're going to have a correction this morning or today, or if it's going to continue this push down. Again, if we look at these, this channel here, it is at the bottom of the channel here, and it is here, or, so yeah, I think there might still be a good chance that it's going up, but we will find out. Okay, cool. This is actually starting to put in my announcements like I want, which is good for my streamings. Yeah, see here it's continuing to push down on it. So I'm just gonna kind of let it go for the next 20 minutes or so while I make some coffee, eat some breakfast. I'll have the stream up and going. I don't think I'm gonna play any video games today. I'm still having a bunch of post-exertion Malaysia. Malays. I have a doctor's appointment today to go over stuff. So we'll see if I get an official diagnosis with it or not. I'll probably make a videos this afternoon about it. I want to start clipping from my streams too and posting videos of successes and when I talk about stuff that's worth it. So I kind of need to start going over my old videos like guess honestly the opening to this one might be a good day of talking about what I'm seeing in the market before it opens and stuff like that. But anyway, I will probably be making videos, actual videos and not live videos later. I need to make one talking about the whole nonprofit thing, what my goals are with this whole channel, and also one about my personal issues that I have going on. Anyway, let's go ahead and just switch over to Sim.
Order filled.
See what we can do. Because I think we're going to have it come back. So we'll put this in, just kind of watch what it does. I'm actually going to push this way down because, again, this is a Sim account that I basically kind of... No, we're on Sim Scope, not Sim. So this is a different Sim, but that's fine. This one was up to 90,000 yesterday. I lost 12 chasing and showing you what not to do while I was remote trading. But anyway, here's our Sim trade while we wait for market to open and I eat some breakfast and drink some coffee. I will be back.
Order filled. Order filled. Stop filled. Order filled. Stop filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Alrighty, everybody. Looks like I lost 13 grand on this M account. That's what I get for being super
Order
risky.
filled.
Max at 12.
Stop filled.
So this is a sim account. I'm gonna go ahead and switch back over to the 3 accounts that I need to trade this morning before I have my doctor's appointment, and then start making some update videos for you all. And it looks like we're gonna have a correction like I thought we might, so we're just gonna go ahead and put
Order
in 1
filled.
here, reduce this a little bit, go way up on you, do this on you, click
Order filled.
buy, reduce you down below here, move you way up, and then the same on the last one
Stop
we need
filled.
to do.
Order
Go ahead
filled.
and do that, we're gonna go ahead and do this, we're gonna go ahead and move you down, we're gonna go ahead and hop back onto this one, go back to here again,
Order
one, this one, there we go.
Order
Go
filled.
here, go here, and go here.
Stop filled.
We're getting a push down. Oh, we only made on that one. So let's go ahead and put one
Order
more
filled.
here. This one we're gonna zoom in a little bit here. Alrighty, that might have been a really bad mistake. Let's go ahead and hop in on this one. Down just a little bit more.
Order filled.
Go ahead and buy in this one, and we're gonna go ahead and go buy.
Order filled.
Go ahead and move you down here, move you way up, move you way up. Start grabbing these this way, because we want a crazy stupid run.
Order
Go ahead and
filled.
put in 4, the most I really want to risk today. Did not get a whole lot of good sleep last night, so we're kind of hoping that this is going to do well for us and I don't have to trade for very long this morning. I think we're going to have an up push after all of last night. Here's crossing our fingers. We're looking for a couple grand. Woohoo! We can do it. Do, do, do. Stop it with this threatening down stuff. I don't like it very much.
Stop filled.
Ugh. Which one was that one? That was that one. That's losing $1,000 on all of these. Ouchies. Well, let's go ahead and go there.
Order
Go
filled.
there. You don't have anything in you. You don't have anything in you. Go down just a little bit more.
Order filled.
Go ahead and go here. I still think we're gonna have that major push up. And I really hate to fuck all these accounts up because I was doing so well on them. But they are resetting on the 18th, so I have to pass them by the end of the week, so I'm kind of yellowing them to an extent. Otherwise, they're going to reset, and then I'll have a whole month to just super take my time and be super careful. Otherwise, I really would have stopped earlier on all of these. I'm going to leave that one at the 800, though, and only trade these two right now. I'm not enjoying this, having to pay attention to 3 different ones at the same time. Come on.
Order filled. Order filled.
We're just going to go ahead and
Stop
go
filled.
for it. Say fuck it on this one.
Order filled.
Which I think that probably
Order
just killed us.
submitted.
Yep, that just killed that one. Awesome. So this one, well then, I was doing very good on those. Let's see if we can pass another 2 before the weekend.
Order filled. Order filled.
Other one.
Stop filled. Order filled.
This is acting like a channel that I'm pretty sure it's going to go up in. Awesome.
Stop filled. Order submitted. Order filled. Stop filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order filled. Target filled. Order filled. Order filled. Stop filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Stop filled. Order filled. Stop filled. Order filled. Stop filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Stop filled. Order filled. Stop filled. Order filled. Stop filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
So, alright, I'm talking back in my stream on YouTube. Sorry, I had a buddy in my Discord that I was talking to as I
Stop
blew those
filled.
accounts. I needed to pass those by the end of the day, or end of week, because they're going to reset anyway, or actually a little bit before the end of the week. Was my last day to attempt to pass them before they reset for the monthly fee of $40. So I kind of was YOLOing them to see if I could get that last $3 grand, while talking with my buddy about what I was doing on the risk on it. I did accidentally trade my PA account at one point, at least I'm up 900. That was an intentional on that PA account. Now I'm just talking with my buddy with Sim. You cannot hear him talking. Say something real quick so I can make sure. No, they cannot, unless you want them to. I can turn it on if you want them to. Yeah, if you don't care, then I'll. Alrighty. Hey everybody, this is one of my members on my Discord in the chat with me as I'm trading Sim before my doctor's appointment. We're just talking
Hello,
about
everybody.
this. Do you want to go by, what do you want to go by?
Bill is
Okay.
fine. Just Bill.
Yep, yep. And if you join us in our Discord, which is in the link down there, you can chat with us or talk in the Discord too until I get too many people that it's too distracting for me to trade and stuff. But we'll figure it out as we go. But anyway, Bill was just talking about how it's difficult to stay consistent with your trading, especially as you get closer towards passing an account, which I totally agree with.
Yeah, exactly. Because
Order
this
filled.
type of settings, I mean, it's like a game, right? You have to pass a certain goal. There's no time
Stop
limit,
filled.
but
Order
you get
filled.
monthly recharges if you don't pass it within,
Order filled.
let's say, a month or something, and you get this reset. So this
Stop
kind of
filled.
creates a time limit, even though it isn't
Order
really
filled.
there. But it makes it very difficult to get such a high target and do it within, well, just your initial payment, basically. So what I found when I've traded these is that I would start pretty small,
filled.
pretty low risk, even though the risk for me personally will already be higher than
Order
I'm
filled.
normally comfortable with. And I would try to build a cushion. And that cushion
Stop
wouldn't be
filled.
enough, just linearly speaking,
Order
to
filled.
make it to the target. So as the target approaches, time-wise, I mean, I would start taking more and more risk, and the results would get more volatile. And basically, I mean, we're not playing roulette here, but the closer you get to the goal, the more risk you start to take, the more it kind of becomes heads or tails.
It,
And
I like to consider it kind
it's
of more of a.
almost,
It's like in between poker and blackjack because there are rules, and if you can follow the rules, you can do okay. You'll come out
hmm
even-ish in the market, and if you can learn the indicators and you can get good at it, and you can start reading people like in poker, then you can actually really start making money at it.
hmm
And this is a system that's designed, like Bill is saying, to try and get you to fail. Honestly, something like 98% of people who get into day trading fail, and that's people who do it with their own money. And then when you're getting into a system like this that has extraneous rules around it and how you can get your money and how you have to be consistent in order to pull your money out. Because if I put $10,000 into a brokerage account and made $10,000 that same day, I theoretically could pull that money out that day or the next day, just depending on how long the wire takes and whatnot, and for them to do that. Whereas with this,
hmm
you have to make $200, $300 consistently throughout that whole period of time. Like once you've passed the account, you can't make more than 30% of your withdrawal from one day of trading. So if I make, $5,000 in one day of trading, I then have to continue to make around that amount for that period of trading or make a lot of money over a period of time. This actually happened to me on my other account, and then I ended up blowing it trying to make enough. So it's very much consistency that you want to be doing, and the system is not designed for you, or the way they have it set up. I mean, it is designed for you to have consistency because that's how you'll ultimately end up passing, but they don't really help you and guide you with that in the system because they want to make money.
exactly. And then I've looked at a lot of different funded account companies. I mean, there's a bunch of
Order
them.
filled.
Hmm.
Lilo, I think, has the best and attractive rates. Also, no time limit. There's a lot of advantages to Lilo over everyone else, basically.
They both have their
Um,
advantages. I like that about Lilu. Lilu's a little bit more expensive, or at least they used to be when I was with them. And then their
yeah, but they have a
payouts.
lot of offers.
Yeah, they have a lot of different ones, and they've been putting out new ones. I need to go look at them again. I've really liked Apex, and the reason that I've liked Apex here recently, I was with Lilu before,
hmm
is that their payout structure. Like I can pull out more and I can pull out faster with Apex once I actually do start making the money. But that also incentivizes riskiness. So,
Yeah, but that's basically with all of them, right?
true.
They all incentivize riskiness because what I just described, that when you get close to having to pass or fail, you get closer and closer to the situation where it basically becomes a coin flip. At
Hmm.
least for me, I mean, that's not for everyone, I
Yep.
think.
No, it definitely does,
But
especially when you're like really, really close to your goal. Like let's say you need to make $200, right? You only need to make
exactly.
$200. So it's all of a sudden, okay, I'm going to put in a risk where I'm willing to lose, let's say $100 to make the $200 that I need to miss risk, which is a higher risk than you normally want to do. That's a 50-50 versus, or a 50% of your gain for your loss. Whereas I usually
hmm
stick to a 1 to 3 rule. A lot of people don't even go that risky. I'm not sure what you're at, Bill. But when you're doing this, and then all of a sudden you're putting in, oh, now I'm down $100. Shoot, I'm just going to move because I think it's still going to go up. I think it's still going to go up. Now all of a sudden I'm down $500 off of that trade. So I now have to make $600 plus all my commission fees. So you're looking probably like 620, 650, right? That you then have to
And so
make
you
off of that one
increase
trade.
even more risk, right?
Correct. Because you're like, I can do it. I can pass this today. I need to pass this today. So you keep attempting to do that
And
instead of
the whole
walking
thing
away.
is, there's no downside to over risking.
Right.
Because, well, if you fail, well, you would have anyway if you hadn't done it.
Yep. And it's only 40, and then you have the mindset of it's only $40 to reset the account. Too. I'm not losing $5,000, $10,000. I'm just losing that $40 that it cost me to reset it, right? Whereas
Well,
the potential income is
that's
Order
kind of
thousands of
filled.
different. I
dollars.
mean, if
Order
you're okay with
filled.
the $40 recharge, then I wouldn't personally be taking the risk, or I
Hmm.
wouldn't increase the risk so much. Then I would just, steady as she goes.
Hmm.
But if I want it within the initial payment, um, then I've already decided I'm not going to reset the account,
Hmm.
and either I win or I fail.
Correct.
So if I cannot win without over risking, well, then
Stop
there's just
filled.
one path forward, and that's over risking. So there is no downside. There is only one choice
Order
in
filled.
that aspect.
Correct.
But that is if you've decided not to reset, not to recharge.
Hmm.
And that's personally how I've played these.
Yep. And I think
Um,
that's I think you can do I kind of play them both that way at the same time. Where like these three that I did earlier is exactly what we're talking about. I was halfway to passing them, but I only have 3 days to pass them, which means I need to make an average of $1,000 per account on them. Otherwise, I'm already going to be paying $40 at the end of the week anyway for them to reset, and then I'll be trading those on Monday again anyway, and then I'll have the full month time period to trade them, and I'm not having the rush. Now, what Apex does sometimes is that they'll throw out a deal where they say you can pass the account in a day. And whenever they do that, I tend to, oh, hey, I can pass this in a day. I can start taking out money in a 12-day period. Heck yeah, might as well just YOLO it and try and make $10,000 in one trade.
yeah,
So you kind of got to
well,
watch out for that stuff.
yeah, exactly. And it's kind of tempting to just throw quite a lot of money at accounts
Yep.
that are just designed to make you fail.
Yep. I actually have a buddy that I'm trying to teach right now, who over the past 3 months, I think last time I looked, had something like 150 to 200 accounts already that he has gone through.
Oof.
Um, and I
Gone
told him from
through
the beginning,
as in
like
past or
reset
failed accounts.
failed accounts that
Mm.
he's reset, and I mean
Oof.
that's a lot in a very short period of time. And so, and I told him I was like, set an amount in the beginning, get one account, sim trade for the first month or two, just with the one account that you're only paying $40 a month for, so that you get data, you get an idea for it. But his problem was that he needed money fast, or thought he did, um, and so he was really rushing it and YOLOing it to try and get money out as quickly as he possibly could out of it.
Well, that's always a recipe for disaster. If you need money out of the market,
And that's what I told them. I was like, you can't be trading your rent money. He has another business that's in a down season right now,
Stop
and
filled.
he wanted me to come in and help him with his business in the down season,
Order
but he
filled.
couldn't afford to pay me at the time. So I was like, okay, I can't really, come in and help you with that. But he asked what I was doing currently, and I said, well, I'm day trading on the side, and I'm working doing this, and blah 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 blah. And he was like, oh,
mhm.
day trading, and so he started asking me all these questions about it, and I, told him about the combines and stuff, and had him watch a couple of the videos that I did, and he just yeah, the language that I described to him on how he went about it was that I showed him an Olympic diving pool and a couple of Olympic divers, and then he decided to go jump off of the high dive, having never swam before.
Stop filled.
Yeah, well, that's, I think, a fairly accurate description.
Order filled.
Man, I am just blowing through the sim account while we're talking. I really don't care though. I'm trying to scalp off of this up down channel right here and just getting my entries and exits completely wrong.
Can you zoom out and for targets just under the recent top,
Um,
just let the market stop hunt that most recent top. No, the
oh, on this
one
one that I have
at
in right now.
680 something.
Oh, the 17680.
Yeah, because
Like right there.
just before you were talking about your usual risk reward ratios,
Mhm.
where you go for the minimum.
Mhm.
Personally, I don't use risk reward ratios, and I will simply go for trades even if the risk reward ratio is 5 to 1,
Mhm.
as in risk 5 to win
Reward, huh?
one.
So what you're saying is you would do something like this, like this.
Not in a day trading setting, but
Mhm.
you know, I'm a swing trader. So on a weekly chart, if I see a pin bar with you know, exact right location,
Mhm.
it's the right size, everything is right about it, but I see, you know, the first area it's going to run into is very close,
Mhm.
then you know that's where I'll set the take profit.
Yep.
And very often those get hit, and they're just quick hitters,
Yep.
and they work a lot of the time.
You're
So
talking
even
about
though
like you're
you're
talking like
risking a lot for a little game.
this bounce here, this peak here, this peak here,
Yeah,
this
yeah,
peak
yeah.
here, and then even in a more
The,
micro area, you're talking like this one here, this one here, this one here, 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 and here, right? So
yeah,
like,
such kind of trades. So from here, yeah, I would set the
like
sell
the,
limit to below it, because algorithms are
oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
just
because they're
constantly tagging stops everywhere.
yep, yep. So you would put it below it. A lot of times, if I'm
Yes,
it's like on my, I'll do that with my profits, and then on my risks, a lot of times I'll put them on the other side of them, like that.
exactly. But algorithms are programmed to take your stop,
Yep.
so they'll
Well, they're
go beyond these things. But
correct, and
I
also the
set.
algorithms lag is the other thing too.
What do you mean by lag?
They're telling you the past, not the future. I mean, they're indicating the future, but they're defining what the past was.
Uh, but I was talking about algorithms. I mean trading algorithms, not
Oh,
some
trading out.
indicator.
Okay, not the indicators. Sorry.
Yeah. So what algorithms do, algorithmically trading, they just know where, or are very good at predicting where a lot of orders are.
Hmm.
And
Correct.
a lot of money in this market is made just by fulfilling orders, right?
Hmm.
So they're just constantly going to bounce around fulfilling orders, and they'll even put themselves at a loss just to smash an area where they know a lot of orders are.
Hmm.
And often they can get out of it pretty cleanly, because tagging stops just creates a burst of buying power just when they're about to reverse. So just right now, where you've got your green sell limit,
Hmm.
that's exactly in this situation where I would put it.
Hmm.
Um, because basically what you're trying to do in a market such as this is you're trying to set up a toll booth, right?
Hmm.
You know where algorithmic trading wants to go, usually.
Hmm.
And in order to get where it needs to go, they need to go through you. That's the situation you want to be in.
Hmm.
So that's why I always set them below a top, or just above a bottom,
Hmm.
so that if they are going to break the low or break the high, they first have to go through my order.
Hmm. Correct.
Otherwise, it doesn't happen.
Right.
And well, in this case, yeah, you got your stops as well.
Stop
And of course,
build.
Oh,
that can
and
always
move it down a
happen.
little. Yep. I should have put it right below this one, would be my guess, but now it looks like we're having a.
Well, this is interesting though. This is exactly what I'm talking about. You saw the
Hmm.
low, the recent low of what is it? 5 past 8. That low was broken, and immediately you see some kind of burst of selling, and
Is
that's
it
where they reverse.
alt click or control click? There's a way to get it to do what I want it to do. Middle button. That's what it was. Yeah, there it'll tell you the exact point where I'm at.
Yeah, but you just saw the low being broken. If you zoom out a little bit,
Hmm.
can you zoom out a little bit?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
This low here.
the that low was broken. It You see a whole burst of selling, and then it just retraces.
Hmm.
I mean, this is kind of a trending market. There's a lot going on today.
Yeah,
Um,
that's for sure.
but in day trading, there's a lot going on. Just tagging stops one side, then reversing to another. And just for full disclosure, if people are watching this and listening to this, I have tried day trading myself. and I'm just not good at it. I'm more of the the longer time frame kind of guy. I'll be in trades
Order
for
filled.
weeks, months even. I don't care.
What's this one gonna do?
Well, you got lower highs constantly, and in a day as trending as this one, what do we got here? Beep.
Oh, hey Beep. That's a friend of mine. She probably won't talk. She's at work. She's just listening.
Ah,
She
okay.
she might type in the chat if she can.
Wait, and I'm gonna have to get the chat window open. Well, we'll see.
She's been hopping in. I met her playing some video games, and she heard me talking about this and got interested in it. She actually she started an account and passed it, I think, in like a week and a half, but then
Wow.
accidentally left a swing trade and blew it like in a day. So she's taking her time to get back into it now.
Stop filled.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's at least. I mean, that's very good.
Order
I
filled.
mean,
She's not doing
passing
what
your
my other
first
friend that I was
account.
just talking about did.
Yeah, well, exactly. But just passing your first account, that's quite an accomplishment.
Yes, very much so.
Stop filled.
Then you're doing at least something right, right?
Order filled.
Correct. And it actually makes me feel good about it as a teacher. Because if I can get her
Yeah,
to pass in a week after her watching me, I am happy.
exactly. Rightfully so.
I think we're gonna, like you
Stop
said, it's a
filled.
trending up day. So a lot of days on like this, one strategy that I'll use, especially with this
Order
scalping.
filled.
I mean, I'm still guaranteed to make that 100 off of that trade that I just got, but I'm looking for a shootout of this
Mm-hmm.
for a large amount, right? And this momentum of this trend right here, I'm hoping is going to bust out of this channel. And then I'm also looking at what it's been doing over the course of the day, um, right? So it was down and now it's flipped to going back up on it.
The thing is, though, looking at the economic calendar, the big event of today, and
Mm-hmm.
the only big event, was core CPI
Mm-hmm.
and CPI, and that's it. There's no more big events. So
Yep.
Order
personally,
filled.
I would not
Order filled.
expect big volatility until you get to about the close
Mm-hmm.
or the EU close, the US close.
Stop filled.
That's these cutoffs is where things get volatile.
Yep. Also lunch,
And
there tends to be a little bit of volatility. Um,
yeah, but that's mainly because of
yep, see,
illiquidity, right?
see there, just went through that once. I'm gonna watch it and see if it bounces off of this point. Remember, this is that high point that we grabbed earlier.
Mm-hmm.
It's bounced through it twice, and whenever it kind of does that like glitchiness on it, where it's like up, down, up, down, up, down. Usually to
Yeah,
me
the
that
stair
means
step.
to,
Order filled.
well, not necessarily the stair step, but where it's like it doesn't know if it wants to go up or down, where it's just constantly one tick up, one tick down, one tick up, one tick down, one tick up, one tick down. That usually means
Mm-hmm.
to me that it's gonna have a quick run one direction or
Stop
the other.
filled. Order
Well, that's
filled.
exactly if I'm looking for pin bars.
Hmm.
So let's say in this situation, I'm looking for a top, and I'm looking to get into a reversal trade
Hmm.
to go down. Um, if I see this, well, what I would call stair stepping,
Hmm.
and then I see a pin bar
Same.
print, I would not take that short because that
Really?
stair step, it it's just going to fill the wick of
Stop
that pin
filled.
bar, and usually you just get screwed. So
Order
when I'm
filled.
looking for reversal trades, I'm looking for kind of a blow off top type of situation, the acceleration into the reversal,
Hmm.
and kind of like a waterfall.
So to me,
Well,
since we're so far below this S4 on it,
yeah.
um,
Hmm.
that support line. To me, that kind of shows that there should be support going up for it. So I'm with you on that. That can be an indicator that it's going to flip back down. And like you said, here's a stair steps, right? Here's a stair step here. Here's a stair steps here. Here's a stair steps here with these swing pivot points, right? So what I'm
Hmm.
kind of expecting it to do is to stay at this or even channel in here and then continue with the trend up of the market that it's been doing for the past couple of days, and whether or not, I mean, yeah, there's only that amount of news that came out, but you also have to kind of look long-term news, which is that the stock market is doing better than it, was expected to be doing, things of that nature. Federal Reserve announcements that were last week. You have to take into account those types of news too that are going on and stuff like that. So I'm not a big event trader or news trader, in my opinion. I just let
Oh,
it
neither am I.
influence.
Neither am I. Absolutely not. I try to stay out of news, basically.
Yeah, same.
Top
Um,
It's
build.
hard. Yeah, but see how now it's starting to, the stair step was a lot faster. Like these are bigger steps going up, and now it's
mhm.
slowing down. So to me, this is almost like it's going to turn into a down. But this is also usually where, if I'm not trying to do scalping, I'll hop into one of the longer ones because I think that it's going to
Order
go up for the
filled.
rest of the day. To me, this is kind of like a bottom, right? And I've done this enough where I know where those are going to end up popping up on it, and you can see it's all the way up here. I can even move this all the way up to R4. And this is a super long strategy that I have for this one. Um, like the rate, so stop
Gamarilla
loss.
R4 is quite ambitious, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't really think it's going to get all the way up there, but it has an auto trail on it,
Oh
so
yeah,
it'll
yeah,
get
yeah.
up
I
to
forgot
it,
about
and
that.
then yeah. I always use auto trails when I'm doing these combines because of that trailing fall, the trailing bed, blah, blah. You know what I mean? The price, your cutout point that follows you up as you go up. So even if you're
The
up
auto
10
liquidate.
grand on the account and you go down the 4 grand or whatever it is that you're allowed to lose, you're going to get kicked out of the combine. So I don't ever really like it going down once I've made a certain amount of profit without it taking out. Normally I would leave
Mm.
in a trade like this and hope that it eventually hits that, even leave it in there for, multiple days. I mean, I don't think it's ever going to go up, you know. Oh, we're way off here. Yeah, so, no, sorry, it's still down. I was looking at the wrong day. I thought it had reversed, but yeah.
Well, it's not. Just looking at this from a swing trader perspective,
Hmm.
the upward channel, and I mean, this is not the way I would look at a chart. I
Hmm.
would zoom out a lot more on the what
On
is
which
you
one?
got there, the daily.
Yeah, the day.
But at least where you now put your sell limit, that's just before the high gets taken out, right? So
Hmm.
that's juicy. That's that's where I would put a swing trading take profit.
Yep, like that.
And also, um, you have this green candle before the reversal bar, right?
Hmm.
So the second bar before the last one, that one,
Hmm.
the one before that, the green one. Usually, what I like to do is set the take profit just below the close of the highest green bar. So you call that the highest close of resistance.
On the
That's as
wick
far
or
as
on the
it got,
candle?
the candle.
Because this
So
candle is where it closed versus the wick is what it actually hit
exactly,
during the day.
exactly. So you try to put it just below the highest close of resistance,
Hmm.
because there's some systems that trade on wicks and all that stuff, but also on lines
Hmm.
where wicks don't really show.
Yep.
There's also a lot of human trading involved. So yeah, these outliers. Just if you look at, if you just really zoom out of trends and you go into, let's say, the monthly chart, and there is, um, you know, a low point that's been set. Often the lowest close on a downtrend before it started reversing. That's a very pivotal level later on, and that's also on the weekly chart, the daily chart. These highest closes of resistance, we call them, and the lowest close of support, there's a lot of price action going around those.
And so here I set it to monthly. Why is it still giving me? Looks like it's giving me multiple wicks per month though. Candles.
Is it though?
That's what it looks like. Because here's the 24th, and then this is saying November, March. Huh.
Um, well,
Weird.
September is red, October is red, November green, December green. Then you got 24. That's January, and the current candle is February. So it looks good
Okay.
to me.
I was confused by the 24. I still have a headache. We'll put it back to, what did I have it on days?
Daily, yeah. Yeah, but I mean, you're trading really short terms, as in tick charts, then yeah, I would definitely not go up to the monthly to find a high explosive resistance.
Yeah, not for what we've been doing. I was just showing people who are watching, you know, what you're talking about. So yeah, as you're talking about it.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. This is the first time I've ever been on a live stream though, so I'm not that familiar with how these things work.
You're doing great.
It's good
I
that
don't
you're
even
talking
think
me through it, man.
anybody's actually watching, so it doesn't really make a difference. I have such a low number of people. Let's see. Yeah, I have nobody watching on YouTube, but we do have Beep watching us in Discord, I believe. Yeah, Beep's still in the room in Discord. We might have one or two other people hop in and out too, depending on how long we continue to talk for. I do have a doctor's appointment in, what is it, 8:30, an hour, 2.5 hours. So I'll probably at least keep
Go on.
trading that long.
Well,
At
for
least
you,
this
that's
semi.
an early doctor's appointment in 1.5 hours at 6 o'clock p.m. So it's pretty much dinner time for me then.
Well, you're kind of in a whole other part of the world. One of my favorite countries,
Yes,
actually.
it's quite nice. Yeah.
It's always in the back of my mind to move there. I think I told you that my tattoo shop that I'm partnered
Yes,
with,
in
I
Volendam.
found a building.
Yeah,
Yep,
in Volendam, right?
yep. Yeah, yeah.
So when are you coming to the Netherlands again?
I was really hoping it was gonna work out for the best. It kind of happened. That happened before the pandemic, or right during, or after? I can't
I don't know.
remember. But either way, our guy
Depends
who
on what you call the pandemic. What
it's
time
still
range you're
going
talking
probably.
about?
Human race.
For some
It
people.
started how many millions of years ago? Where humans started the global pandemic of humans. Um,
Poof.
but anyway, the our friend who has a tattoo shop in Norway uh,
Yeah.
went to that tattoo shop there and started trying to assess it, figure out if it was worth it or not. And apparently, the reputation that had been built up with the business was just so horrible that it's been really difficult for him to bring it back and make it a profitable venture where it's located.
And the reputation by the previous owner?
Correct.
Okay.
So it's just been an uphill battle, and so it's
Yeah.
starting to seem like it, or it seemed at the time like it was not worth it. So see, this moves up on this particular one that I have. Once it hits $2,000, it
Yeah.
moves up to a guaranteed take of $1,000.
Well, this is looking really strong though.
Yes, it is. I wish I was in one of my actual paid accounts instead of just a sim account. But
Kind
whatever.
of starts looking as if algos are trying to get this to unchanged.
Looks like they're
Um,
trying to. There's a little
I
bit of
would assume
resistance there.
this trend this strong kind of has momentum on the retrace for today.
hmm
This is usually what goes on until roughly the close in Europe.
hmm
So another hour.
hmm
So maybe not this strong a momentum, but yeah, it can get pretty wild.
hmm Yeah, definitely the close of Europe, which is what
It's an hour
10:30
away.
our time. Yeah, so it's 10:30. Um, no, 11:30 Eastern time.
Yeah, and the crossover where Europe closes and the US takes over is basically the only large financial center open.
hmm
Um, that can often get, kind of reversal prone.
hmm
And then on a day like this specifically, the US close, the half hour, 15 minutes before it.
Mm-hmm.
If you see kind of a reversal pattern there, and I would then look at the 5 to 15 minute candles. If I see something reversal like, you can get really strong momentum into the close, because very often there's this push towards unchanged on a day that's slightly dippish. It's the buy the dip crowd,
Mm-hmm.
It's been such a strong strategy for years now, ever since the financial crisis bottomed. Buy the dip has been the prevailing strategy.
Stop filled.
Yes, yes, it has. Well, there was $2,200 on that trade. Because as we can see, it's kind of starting to
Well,
go.
now the sim account isn't so bad anymore.
Yeah, I'm only losing 5,000 on it.
Well, 2 more trades like this, and it's break even already.
Yeah, exactly. And that was only off of 2 contracts. I think I can be in to up to 6 on this.
So, do you use Fibonacci
submitted.
retracements?
Sometimes. I don't think I have them currently on. I had them for a while, and it's like you said, my chart's already so cluttered. But I like the way that mine is set up.
I do use them, but I no longer even really plot them on my chart. I just zoom out and then kind of eyeball it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm no longer really interested in the exact point value of whatever Fib retracement level it is, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm really more looking at, where should I expect a good reversal? And more than just a retracement level on the Fibonacci's, I'm looking for confluence. So it's not just the Fib level, but I also want it to be a support resistance area, price pivot zone is what I'd call it, from before. If that also happens to line up with a round number of sorts or a
Order
trend
filled.
line, that's all factors that build confluence. And that's usually zones I would look for.
Order filled.
Makes sense. I think when I had them there, I don't really necessarily need them as much because I can almost see them without them being there.
Exactly. I usually also just eyeball them.
Yeah. One thing I've
At the
been
very
starting to
start,
like.
when I learned about them, I would plot them. I
Have
would
you seen?
absolutely plot them.
Have you messed around with? I need to learn more about what it actually means. I accidentally drew one of these the other day. This one.
The
Gains
GAN
fan.
fan?
Yeah. Do you use this at all?
No. I have looked into it though, but I've never been able to make any sense of it. Also, I've tried plotting it on charts many different ways, the GAN fans, the arcs, the spirals, every fucking thing, but
Yeah.
none of it seems to make any sense.
The gains
Not
fan
from a
seem to.
logical standpoint, and not from a how a chart interacts with it.
Yeah.
Either I'm plotting it wrong, could be. Excuse me.
No worries.
Either I'm plotting it wrong, or I'm just not seeing the value of it.
Yeah.
Maybe there is just not a lot of value to it.
I have no idea. I've used it a couple of times in the past and have gotten some good use out of it, but then also like used it a couple of times and had not good use out of it. So
Well, maybe it suits your trading style more than mine. I mean, that's entirely possible.
I don't know. I actually need to look it up. I accidentally plotted it once on there by clicking it on accident, and was like, what is
Hmm.
this? And then from then I've just kind of put it. I was like, okay, I think it's going up, so I'm going to put it here, and then I think it gives you like potential channels depending on how much momentum going up it has on it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, what you
But
just plotted, it's like over the time interval you have selected.
mhm,
It just judges the momentum and
mhm,
then extrapolates, like if it's gone up 10 points in that
mhm,
specific time frame you've plotted it, it then selects times 2, times 4, times 8,
mhm.
so that you can judge just how much momentum does it have relative to um, the period I've selected. That's seemingly what it was doing.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like I said, I need to actually read it and see, like, go to Investopia or whatever and read what the math is that they do for it.
But you also have GAN grids, and I've seen someone make an actual strategy out of this, and I think it also incorporated Andrew's pitch fan and all kinds of crazy stuff like that. But this guy managed to make it work. But the charts he was posting, this was on Forex Factory.
Yeah.
The charts this guy was posting, it was so incredibly cluttered. It just gave me a headache, and I'm not prone to headaches. But
Mine's
I
pretty
like
cluttery.
I am
But
really a chart nudist.
yeah,
I just need to see only bars.
you
I
might
want to
like
see
my.
price.
This is my 15 minute. I have this one on the other screen. Um, and I feel like I actually kind of want to get rid of the alligator on the other one and make it as less cluttery. Because you can see this one quite a bit. It's a lot cleaner, as you can see. Like, this is price line, basically. You've got the
Do you
alligator
want to
with
try a
VMA.
little experiment with me?
Sure.
Take everything off, even the background,
Yeah.
the
There.
grid in the background, and on a new chart, so that everything you got going on right now, just leave it. Don't remove them on my account.
Where is? I've got backups of everything. That's one thing.
Ah,
If
okay.
anybody's
Okay.
listening with Ninja, you can save workspaces. Save multiple backups. Save like 5 or 6 of them, because eventually you'll accidentally save something that you didn't mean to save.
I've tried that in NinjaTrader, and it never really worked for me. I had to set it up again
It's
all the
okay.
time. The only thing that would save for me was a template.
Hmm. Yeah. So you go like this one. Now that I've created the new one or the new chart,
Mm-hmm.
I do save as, and then I'll have another one with this chart on it as a backup. But
Okay.
oh, hey, check it out.
Yeah,
Looks like we're going up.
definitely.
But anyway, here is your naked chart.
Right. So
And I'm
you
not sure
have
how to get
this
rid of the
massive.
background.
That's okay. You can leave it on for now. You can select grid. So on lines, grids, horizontal, and then instead of solid, I think. Oh yeah, you can just
Horizontal.
uncheck it. Yeah, perfect.
There you go.
Exactly. So you've got this massive red bar. Please zoom out a little bit back so that you
Yeah.
can see the CPI trade. That's bit much, but that massive red candle. That's what I want
We're
in
on
full view.
we're on minutes.
That
Do
one.
you want it on something else?
You can put it on. You can leave it on minute. It's fine.
Okay.
Just zoom in. Yeah, this is the action. So you see this massive red candle. So you see now that the market is going up. You want to be long here and sell out just before that wick. The stops behind that or just above that are closed or are tagged. So if you go long here, I don't know if this is a sim account or what.
Hmm.
Let me just see if I can make out the number. So 17,860. That's pretty much where your take profit would be then. 17,860. The take profit. There. So if you now look at where that lines up, that take profit relative to that big slide down, there, just before the stops are tagged, you're out. That's your toll booth.
Mhm. And now
And
we're
you
up.
see this a lot. When news comes out, you get a large reaction, especially when the reaction is negative. The Nasdaq, for a very long time now, it's seemingly unstoppable. Especially going into either the European close or the US close, you kind of want to fade these moves into the close and get out just before the stops are tagged, because that's where algorithms want it to go. And you want to be
Order
out before the
cancelled.
algorithms.
So the algorithm you're saying is tagged at the top, so you get below.
Exactly. It tries to stop through the top, because basically what they're doing, uh, they can trade so much faster that they can actually use the order flow that's triggered by stops,
High frequency
while you
trading, you're
can't.
talking
Exactly. Yeah.
milliseconds, microseconds, or nanoseconds even at this point.
Yes.
Ironically enough,
Exactly.
I was actually at a restaurant the other day, and the guy sitting at the bar next to me works for the NASDAQ. I have his email and phone information about applying for a job sitting on my desk.
Nice.
So I haven't had
What
the
kind of
balls to
job?
do it yet. I don't care. I gets my
Okay.
foot in the door.
hmm
I'll even work as a secretary if I have to, or a door guy.
Well, gone are the days when you could,
Dude,
be the guy that brooms up or sweeps up all the tickets from the day. No
uh,
longer doing that.
no, it's I mostly got the information from my wife, who's a data analyst and computer programmer. We're actually talking about trying to develop our own algorithm at some point, but she's a teacher right now, and I'm doesn't have the time. She's planning on sticking out this next year. She works for special ed students,
hmm
and a couple of students she wants to stay there with, and the principal is staying on for one more year, and she really likes the principal. So her plan
hmm
is to stick with him. I might actually keep a naked shirt up. I kind of like the way this looks.
I do as well.
I mean, I like all my indicators and stuff to know what's going on, but I think I get a better visual with a minute chart too. I'll add this
hmm
to my 15. Because I mean, my 15-minute chart, which I'm going to bring over so you can see it, is somewhat similar to that concept with not as much stuff on it. Because I like to be able to
hmm
see the volumes right down
And
here.
that's tick volume, I
Yeah,
suppose, right?
yeah, this is tick volume.
Or is that actual transaction volume?
I think it's tick volume. Nope, that's not indicators.
When I started with this whole chart reading stuff,
Mm-hmm.
I was always trading forex, and there is no actual transaction
Yeah,
volume that you can
on each
find
tick.
unless you go on currency futures. But I was just trading contracts for difference then,
Hmm.
and all you can see is just tick volume.
Yeah, this is
But
tick volume.
that can
I
be,
can do it on
yeah.
I can do it on bar close. I can also do it on price change though.
hmm It can be very deceiving though, tick volume.
Hmm.
As in, algorithms can just bounce around between their own buy and sell orders
Hmm.
so much times that you get
The
flooded with ticks.
Yep. So it looks like there's a large volume. Oh, there's even a term
Exactly.
for that. Oh, I can't remember the name for it. Probably
Painting the
because it's
tape.
all sleep.
It's
What was
called
that?
painting the tape.
Painting the tick. There we go. Yeah, I'm so horrible with lingo and jargon. Being dyslexic and having a headache and being self-taught it doesn't really help.
I'm self-taught as well, so take anything I say with a grain of salt.
Subfilled.
I think isn't everybody self-taught? I mean, hell, freaking
In this market, fuck yeah.
dude.
Everyone that's kind of successful, I think, taught themselves. I don't think this is, or being successful here is anything you can learn in school.
Uh,
Although I think if you're in the hedge fund business, you kind of need some certifications nowadays.
yeah, you need certifications to be
Order
in the hedge
submitted.
fund business, but I also don't really think that
Order submitted.
they really mean much.
Exactly. There's this guy from Canada, whom about half the year he spends in the Netherlands. So we've met up here quite a bunch of times now, and he has studied finance and advanced statistics, all that kind of stuff
Hmm.
at Dartmouth. And one of the things um,
Order
he
filled.
is, how do you call that? He's specialized in. That's, I guess, what I want to say. In modern portfolio theory.
Hmm.
And he and I, we've had quite a bunch of discussions on what exactly modern portfolio theory is, and everything he says as in, well, that's what you learn, and I basically see that as a system, and
Mhm.
every trading system, show me the system and I'll show you where it fails. What's the death
Mm.
trade? What's the kind of scenario where it all blows up?
Yeah, like for
And
me, chasing.
well, for one thing, but you could have a system that just basically takes out insurance against volatility. Well, where does it blow up? If there is no volatility, you're just constantly buying insurance against an event that doesn't happen. And that's just one example, but everything you're trying to eliminate just adds a level of complexity, and it's just a trade-off in everything.
Yep.
In the end, it's all just, there is a risk, you need to accept it,
Mhm.
and keep it as simple as possible.
Mhm. That's
At
one
least
of the
that's the way I look at it.
that's one of the things that I'm having trouble with my buddy who I'm trying to teach, who I said kind of just jumped into the deep end. Um, I see him do this all the time where he'll get into a trade, and his risk will be appropriate when he starts the trade, based off of
Hmm.
his automatic trading strategy, or he'll even adjust the risk a little bit more to where it should be, or increase his
Order filled.
profitability, et cetera, et cetera. Like actually, doing the right things. But then as soon as he starts to see a little bit of red for too long of a period of time, if it's stuck in like a channel, he'll cancel out of it and take the loss on it. So and it's because he's just not willing to accept risk as part of it, and risk is part of this. You have to be willing to risk in order to make.
Yeah, and well, one of the things, I mean, he's not here, but the things I would tell him is that if it's in the red and you cannot stand it and you feel forced to close it just to prevent anything worse,
Mhm.
you're just risking too much.
Yep. Well, but
The
he's also
maximum
risking
risk.
very, very minimal amounts when he's doing it. I mean, when he's looking at it, it's like $10, $20 risk that he's seeing in there in the red, not a couple hundred
Sure, but
dollars and stuff. And he's in the same type of accounts that I'm in, so he's so risk averse that any just basically the color red to him is,
okay.
if that makes
Yeah.
sense. And he needs
Yeah,
to
yeah,
get
yeah.
it's a mental block that he needs to get over, and then I keep talking to him about this almost every
Yeah.
time that I'm with him and coaching him on it. The
Yeah, okay, that actually makes sense. But I mean, if it's a real trading account and you're averse to risking, I don't
Order
know,
filled.
$20,
Mhm.
it depends a lot on your account size, how
Correct.
much, there's just a lot of factors
Correct. And
where
and in this,
nominal
because
values
when it's a
don't make sense.
combine, it adds in a whole other layer of factors into it, because it's not necessarily your money that you're trading, it's more your time, and the
Exactly,
the
but
minimal investment.
I mean, I think with a combine, the weird thing is, I mean, let's say you're trading or you're trying to pass a PA account for I don't know, 250,000.
Mm,
Um, if what you could invest in the market, what you could have at risk,
mm,
is roughly that amount,
mm,
then it kind of makes sense.
mm,
But if you are, I don't know, if you're someone that has about 10,000 in their bank account, and a lot of that goes up on paying bills, and
mm,
roughly that amount comes in every month, then trading an account for $250,000 and working with those kinds of numbers, it just feels off.
yep,
And it would lead someone, I think, to be more risk averse than is needed, especially when you're trading these combines,
mm,
because you need to be so to have such a risk appetite where it kind of makes sense, to to try for accounts that are less than what you would put in on your own if it
mm.
were your own money. Um, but I don't think many people do these combines that actually do have a quarter of a million to put in, right?
Correct.
So
I mean, like if we look at like right now, this is just a sim account, but this is how I would trade a combine. I'm risking $2,000. If this was a $250,000 account, I think I can lose 5 or 6 grand. So this is only a
Hmm.
third of my potential max loss on the account, which gives me 3 days of $2,000 potential losses on a 250 if I was playing it that way. In reality, I would
Hmm.
never ever risk 1/10 of the total amount per day, right? That's 10 days of potential trading for the full account, right?
So basically 10% per day. Sure.
Yeah, of a risk. I mean, that's just a super high risk, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's still super high.
Yeah, but because it's a
I think the
combine, I'm able to risk that, and also I'm
hmm
willing to risk it,
you
right?
have
And
to risk it, otherwise you don't pass it. That's
yep,
that's the whole point of these combines. It's
yep,
kind of sick that it this is kind of teaching you a style of trading to pass these combines that I don't think make very much sense in the real world.
correct. And that's
So that
I advise everybody and everybody who's listening or watching this, have two different styles of trading. Have one that you use to pass the combine, and then have a different one once you've passed the combine. You can basically use the
exactly.
same strategy if you want, but just reduce the heck out of your risk.
Yeah, and
Because,
I mean like 20x.
yeah, correct. And also you really have to be willing to step away from it too once you've passed the account, right? Like if you
Yep.
hit your max down for the day, step away. If you hit your profit goal for the day, step away.
Hmm.
And that's where you really need to
Absolutely.
be consistent. And um, do that with a sim account while you're trading your PA accounts if you need to get the practice. If you or while you trade your trial accounts. If you have multiple trial accounts, maybe trade one trial account like you would the PA account and do it slow, just so that you have that experience and practice as you're doing it.
Yeah, I think that's very good advice.
I have two
I'm
completely
just
different
I'm just going
strategies.
to take another 5.
Yeah,
I'll be back in a moment.
cool. Yeah, take your time. I'll still be here. I still got 2 hours. Everybody, this is Bill. I'm probably going to section this talk off as an actual video because this has been a really, really good talk so far with my buddy Bill. I know Beep is still on the channel. Wonder if she's listening.
Stop filled. Order filled. Order filled.
And Bill is back.
Welcome back, Bill.
Bill
We,
back better.
we lost $2,000 while you were gone because I didn't
Oh
adjust my
no.
risk. Yeah, it dropped down. So now we're back up to our $7,000 down.
Looks to be bouncing off the first FIP retracement, so the 0.382.
Yep, agreed. That's why I re-got in again. And,
Yep.
although I probably should have actually waited until the bounce. I thought it was actually bouncing off of this one right here. I thought it would bounce, dip, and then I figured it was going to bounce off of that point again.
Mm-hmm.
But it did not. So now I'm messing around with. There's a couple other things I need to do on my stream. I'm adding their the Apex logo. Where is it though? Oh, there it is. Way
Oh,
up in
we've
the
got
corner.
Beep online now.
Oh yeah, she's still here.
Yeah, I'm just getting a DM here.
Oh, did you? Nice.
So maybe Beep is actually watching, listening.
Yeah.
If
She
you're here,
is.
let us know. Let us know.
She probably is if she sent you a DM. I asked in the chat of the stream. I know she's working right now too. She does call center stuff.
Oh, okay.
So I'm sure she's listening. If she has questions, I'm sure she'll ask. She's cool.
Oh yeah, I see a yes sir coming up here. And another one. All right, time to learn. Okay. Well, then we have to perform here.
Yeah, she is very smart and learns very quickly. Like I said, I think she passed that first trial account in a week.
Well, as I said, that's an absolutely astonishing achievement. Also, that just means you did better than I did. So what am I going to teach you? Maybe you should become a teacher here. That's the whole thing. Now, but Beep, if you're listening, yeah, day trading, it's a very, very difficult thing to do. I mean, just clicking buttons, a monkey could do it, but doing this consistently profitable, that's insanely difficult to do. Just the emotional roller coaster you go through when day trading, to me, it doesn't really work. It doesn't work for me. I like swing trading better in the sense that I can calmly and collectedly calculate my
Well
risk.
filled.
I have the time to, look at where's my entry,
Order
where's my
filled.
stop, exactly how many points are between that. And I can just say, well, I have, let's say, 1,000 at risk. Well, on a monthly chart, that means I have a very small position. When it's an hourly chart, that can be a fairly large position, but in the end, the risk is the same. It's the same 1,000, but I have the time to calculate it. And when I am trading a minute chart, then you have no other choice but to go with this ATM strategy. And then you have to adjust while you're already in a trade. And it just puts kind of a frustration on me that I just cannot deal with very well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And I
some
start
people.
making decisions on the fly, and I start second guessing myself. It's just, it doesn't work for me.
It's a very, very common thing that people don't have that particular ability, and it's unfortunately it's one of those things that don't necessarily. I think you can train it to an extent, but the emotional and the way that it affects you is really hard to train that out or adjust that because it's kind of your physiology.
Hmm.
I'm weird. I am an adrenaline junkie. I used to race cars. I used to play polo on horses. I cage fought for a while. So this type of
Okay.
thing really doesn't necessarily give me that huge adrenaline kick unless I, get a huge spike, make a ton of money on it, and do that. But I don't really get that like, oh no, or dread, or stress, or scare. It's kind of like when you're the first couple of times you jump out of a plane, yeah, your heart will beat real fast, but eventually you get to a point where your heart no longer races before you
Hmm.
do those things, and you're calm and you're collected. And some people can do that, can do the breathing, or just have the mentality for it. You know what I mean? Or
Yeah.
maybe even a little bit of sociopathy. Who knows? uh, but there's something that people who are successful at day trading and the risk and that reward centers in their brains, I think, are a little bit different than other people's. I think that's also why there's probably a high usage of drugs within, the people. Not only the fact that there's just money involved so that they can afford it, but yeah, the particular drugs of choice for those people are typical of people who are looking for a rush, an adrenaline rush, instead of like a
Hookers and
downer.
blow.
Yeah, blow,
Hookers and blow.
meth. Yep, exactly. They're looking for
Yeah.
that woo, let's go have fun, let's go party, type attitude. Which I mean, yeah, you kind of have to have that attitude. But if you have too much of that attitude, you get super risky. You end up wasting the money that you make, or you start dipping in your own stash, so to speak.
Yeah. You
So there's
don't.
there's a
You
balance.
really need to not get high in your own supply. But just to get back to the point of trying to balance your emotions in day trading, I've spoken to quite a lot of traders with different strategies, and um, there's kind of a bifurcation where you have traders that kind of have, well, not so much a system but a methodology, and every trade is an adventure on its own. So while you can then trust on your abilities to navigate a certain situation, it's always you're emotionally involved, basically is what I'm
Mm.
trying to say.
Yeah, I
So
agree.
you always feel this kind of, well, positive stress, I would say.
Hmm.
And then there's another type of trader that has their methodology worked down almost to a system, where they describe it themselves as being click traders. As
Hmm.
in, okay, you see the situation, you click the button, and an expected result comes out. And you have a slight edge because, that's what the system is.
Hmm.
Um, and they become completely emotionally detached. And the two types of traders have their own pitfalls.
Hmm.
And the
Agreed.
first type of trader for whom everything is an adventure, um, trusting its own abilities is how you navigate the situation. The main pitfall is second guessing your strategy, trying to change things up, even though, trying to put that trade, try to replicate it over 100 times. If then it shows to be, a false methodology, then it might be cause for concern. But a single trade or a two or three or I don't know, seven in a row working against you or going against you, that doesn't mean anything. It's just randomness.
Mm.
I mean, having an edge um, just means you can, lose 20 times in a row, but in the end, the coin flips go your way.
Mm.
Having an
Or
edge means that you win 3%, 3% more times than you lose. That can be an edge, right?
correct. Or that you're making more money on your wins than your total losses whenever you do lose, even if you have more losses than you do wins. That's
Exactly.
you can be
Exactly.
obsessed with win percent, but that doesn't necessarily ultimately matter in the end. If I have 1,000 trades that I only lose $1 on, so I only lose $1,000, but I have one trade that I make $2,000 on.
Exactly. So it would be more like the profit factor, right? That's the
Correct.
metric then. And where I was going with this, you have the other type of trader, the click trader.
Hmm.
For them, it's a completely different pitfall. For them, it's boredom.
Hmm. Yep.
They're in their situation, and they're so bored. They just want to go. They've seen the same situation work out for them 100 times, and they just go in a lot bigger than they should. And
Hmm.
then maybe that's the one trade that goes against them, and then strange things start to happen.
Hmm.
And to find your specific pitfalls, it depends a lot on what kind of trader are you. What's your where is your edge?
Mhm.
Because if you know where your edge is, you know where your pitfall is.
My personally, I think my pitfall is that I am trying to be both types of traders at the same time, where I want to be mechanical, I want to be methodical in my system that I have set up for how I trade, and I really do try and stick to that. But at the same time, I want everything to be its own individual trade and not it fall into that same pitfall. So I try and treat everything like it's a new and novel situation in it and a new trade, and I look at it as an individual thing, and I still get the enjoyment of figuring out the puzzle. Like I've started a bunch of businesses in my past, and that's what I enjoy about it. Like once the business is started and successful, I kind of actually get bored of it because it then becomes the same thing over and over again.
Exactly. That's when it starts to become work.
But my problem is that I fall into both of the pitfalls of it, which is
Oh, a
that
lot of people. That's
yep,
not strange at all.
yep. So my goal is to try and eliminate both of them, and right now my biggest pitfall is lack of consistency, and mostly in my lack of consistency of stopping when I'm hit my profit loss
Hmm.
or stop loss for the day. Has kind of been my
Well,
main
day
pitfall that
trading
I've
in
had.
that respect is a very difficult one because
Mm,
with day trading, it's normal to be in various different positions during
mm,
a day.
mm,
So it's normal if during a day, I don't know, just for example, 5 times your stop loss gets hit, and then there's 10 other positions. So then um, trying to keep yourself to kind of a rule where if your stop is hit, then you stop.
mm.
For day trading, that wouldn't really work out.
Yep.
Nor would
Well,
it for swing trading, really.
yep. Well, but
Um,
it's what it is for me is it's if I once I screw up, a lot of times I step away from the methodical trading and then step into the emotional trading, and I
mhm.
start doing the pitfall of the first type of trading that you were talking about,
Yeah.
where where I'll chase and follow. Where even if I were to come back, not necessarily even the same day, or I mean, or just stop for the day, but I mean, if I hit my stop loss, stepping away from it long enough to clear my head from the fallout of that, and then not try and stay in this downward and really mess up all of my entries, right? I really
Hmm.
should be stepping away. Like, okay, let's say I thought it was going up here, and oh no, I just lost all this money on this down, right? And
Hmm.
my problem is it'll okay, it's still going to go back up. Nope, it went down. Oh, great, it's still going to go up. Up, it went up a little bit. Nope, it still went down. Oh, I think it's going to correct. It's going to go back up, right? And then I'll eventually just keep doing that as this is going down, instead of either realizing that yes, there's momentum down that I need to be following, or I need to wait until the perfect entry at 7:30 in the morning when it
Hmm.
went up, right? And that's my pitfall that I have the most of is what I refer to as chasing or following and trying to make money out of it, and just not taking the time to step away once I have hit my loss for a
Yeah.
period of time, whether it's
Yeah,
a
and I think
day, a minute, a
with
week, or
the
a
first
month.
type of trader,
Hmm.
um, the one you were getting into, a lot of what you see is that people um, will look at a method, a strategy, or a system, whatever you want to call it. I really dislike the word system
Hmm.
because
Yeah.
if your trading is a system and it's really, you know, a robot could do it.
Yep.
Well, unless you're a high frequency trader with an
Yep.
algorithm set up and
Yep.
you're
Like
co-located at the Nasdaq exchange, that's
maybe
not good.
maybe methodology is a good way of putting it.
Methodology is the one I like best, yes. Because the way I trade is I look at things and you can't really um, automate it, or at least I wouldn't know how to, but it follows a certain set of principles. So methodology is the word that comes
Yeah.
closest. But where you see a lot of people, especially ones new to this, what you see them do is, that they get into a certain methodology, or yeah, let's just use methodology into
Mm,
trading. They use it, and at some point, a bad day happens.
mm,
And whether it's up to the methodology just not working that day, or making a mistake and executing it doesn't really matter.
Mm.
What you see a lot of people do is they abandon it and try to search for something new, try to search for something else.
Mm.
And what I see a lot in new traders is that indicators, which is also why I hate them so much. Ever more indicators are added to a chart because for some reason people think of finance and trading as something that's very difficult, complicated. And while it is, the mental picture that goes with it is this chart which looks like a seismologist graph or whatever the fuck it is you call it.
Yeah, for
And
earthquakes
the
and
more
stuff.
squiggly lines on it and the more complicated it looks, the better it fits the mental picture of what trading is, especially when you've had a bad day and you think, holy fuck, how am I ever going to do this? If it was simple, then why do I suck at it? And um, you you see people adding indicators and indicators, and for me, the breakthrough happened when I took them all off and just started looking at the price, because indicators do nothing but show you the price in a slightly different way.
Right.
And
They just
when you
basically
start,
apply math to it in some
yeah,
form, and usually calculus of some sort to show it as a moving average or a
exactly.
velocity or something of that matter. They call it velocity momentum in this, so it's you're taking physics and applying it to a chart almost in a sense. Uh,
Yeah,
and
but
I'm
all the
totally with
data,
you. My thing
all the
is
data is already in that chart. It's the
yep.
price, and every indicator you apply to it is derivative of
Mm-hmm.
that price. So
Yep.
everything you need to know is what you're looking at
Mm-hmm.
right now.
Yep. The
And that's where you need to start noticing patterns
this
and
data is very
try
chaos
to
indicator.
devise certain strategies for how to deal with certain events. And
Mm-hmm.
so there's also kind of the misconception, as in, okay, you're a good trader, then this is the chart, this is the price. Now what do you do? Now do you go long? Do you go short? No, that's not the way.
Mm-hmm.
You wait for price to get to this point. Why this point? Well, because there's support resistance there.
Mm-hmm.
Um, there are confluences of different factors there. There's a round number involved where there's a lot of people, trading passively who just say, well, 18,000, that's where I buy. That's how my father would trade. Um, he doesn't look at a chart, no. He wants to buy a stock, and instead of going for $101.12.5, because that's where confluence lies,
Mm-hmm.
no, he just says, I'll put an order in for $100
Yep.
because it's a round number. That's how he deals. So these round numbers,
Mm-hmm.
they are natural support resistance levels. And then there are so many other factors that also um,
But you're also talking about a
make,
time period before high frequency trading and all that type of stuff, and just the whole methodology and how you would go about trading was also a different matter. Even if you were a swing trader in those periods or a day trader, you'd be calling into the Nasdaq and waiting for the order to actually be filled and so forth and so on.
mhm.
Oh, hey, actually looks like we got somebody watching and putting in some chat. Put a line from to last max and see that now we are on the important support for a job. Looks like they're thinking it's going to be going up from who I'm talking with, or is in the chat on YouTube. But anyway,
There's
these
a
indicators that I
pretty good
just
likelihood.
these
Actually,
go ahead.
could you see if you look at what the lows were before that big red candle? Because that's kind of natural resistance for this particular up move. Yeah, the lowest yellow line you got there before the. Oh no, you can zoom in a little bit more than
Okay, you're
that.
talking this one here.
Yeah, exactly. That's a natural resistance because it
Mm,
was support, then it got broken. That means it now became resistance. So
mm,
maybe the blue line, the very recent one, that one. No, the one above that. That one. Yeah, that one. Maybe they already line up, but I think there is some space in between. I would just draw a rectangle between the two.
Yeah, where the heck is the rectangle? There's the rectangle.
Yeah, that is an area where I would look for price action. So I would extend the rectangle a little bit so that future prices can cross through it. And that's where I would start looking for prices that price action that accelerates through it, and then boom, it just gets smacked back.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would consider a good reversal situation, because
Yeah, that's
reversal
why
bars.
when you're saying you didn't like indicators, when I minimize my indicators, these are probably the only three indicators that I like really having. The price line, because I like being able to see exactly where the price is compared to history and stuff on
Mhm.
it, which is nice. And then these are swings, which is basically what we're already looking at, which are high points and low points. It just gives me
Yeah.
a real quick visual, so I'm not having to look as closely, and especially into the future. Like if I'm putting in a trade here, I can then see, this one over here if I needed to for whatever reason. And then
Mhm.
I do like these Camarilla pivot points as price ceilings and stuff like that that are taking into a math longer periods of time, and that's telling me that there is quite a bit of push or momentum wanting to go up into this channel that we've been in for the past couple of days that is up here,
Mhm.
right? So this would
Yeah.
be like, a large, where's the rectangle again? This would be a huge rectangle that this is basically what it's wanting, where it wants to be for the next couple of days or this day or yesterday or whatever. But anyway, let's get rid of that one.
Possibly.
At least to
Thing
me,
is,
that's what it
if
says.
if we're looking at this chart, I
Mm-hmm.
mean, this is a 1 minute chart, so um, I would look at this chart as in, what is this chart telling me? Not so much what is the daily telling me. And
Oh, no, no,
I
no. I
know
mean,
that that's not where you
this
meant,
one
but
is in minutes, and it goes back. I'd have to actually look and see how far back the math on the
but
camera.
it doesn't matter. My whole point is that um, while it is correct that you also take what is the daily level,
So this is on
um,
daily pivot. It's calculated on bar clause. Maximum bar look back. So there. Basically, it's looking back as far back as this chart has on it, which I'm pretty sure is 3 or 4 days probably when you go
mhm.
back.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter if you don't have indicators that calculate based on what would now be the first bar, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because now we're basically looking at, well, the moment just before the CPI came out, then CPI, that's what brought the price action.
Mm-hmm.
Then it traded down to 17,600, bounced off, and now it's finding support somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And we're now just kind of navigating, where is that support? Where does it make sense? So now you see kind of a bearish outside bar printing.
Mm-hmm.
We're in the process of printing while it is in a wedge. So you got this run upwards towards the rectangular zone.
Mm-hmm.
Then it bounces back, and then it bounces up, but it doesn't reach the high. And then it goes lower, but it doesn't reach that recent low. So it kind of becomes in a sort of pennant shape.
Mm-hmm.
So any price action within that zone, in that contraction, it's worthless. So what you're looking at is, well, where are you going to look for price action? That's the blue rectangle for me.
Mm-hmm.
That's, I mean, if I see price action there, that's important. Then it tells me something. Just price action patterns by themselves don't mean much. Only when price action prints in a location where you think, okay, there is information for me, that's where you want to look at price action.
All right.
So if it goes up to the rectangle, it breaks through the very recent stops, and it prints a big bearish outside bar, that's where I'd like to go short.
Mm-hmm.
Or if it prints a failed reversal bar, that's where I would put in a long trade and try to hunt exactly the target that you've got on this particular trade.
Mm-hmm.
But I might, for instance, have a stop that just goes way down, where my risk reward is basically skewed towards risk instead of reward. Yeah, something like that. But the probabilities are good enough to justify that in that particular situation.
Mm. And that's where we go back to talking about treating every situation like it's a individual situation like this, instead of sticking to the ATM strategy, for example, if you're being a click button pusher.
Exactly. But yeah, it's a real trade-off in the sense that well, you can use different strategies. I mean, you spoke earlier about how you use your day trading strategy with the charts with all the indicators on it.
Mm-hmm.
But then you also do something more akin to swing trading,
Correct.
lower risk, longer trades, wider stops, wider targets, all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing against employing different strategies. In fact, I'm a large proponent of that. But yeah, what you also said is when you start intermingling or just how you treat these kinds of positions when you're day trading your swing trade or when you're swing trading your intraday trade,
Mm-hmm.
that's when um, you can really go into the red.
Like we are right now.
I'm actually not very negative about this particular setup, and I'm really looking at it wide lens. I mean, I'm
Oh,
not a
agreed.
day trader, as I said. I suck at it.
I mean,
But
the only
this
thing is
doesn't
if
look bad to me.
we were doing this as an actual trial account, we would have blown it and lost the account because we went down
Yeah,
7 grand.
and also if this were indeed an account with, let's say, $75,000, then 6 full contracts, that would be outside of my comfort zone.
Correct.
But,
Yeah, we're on a sim account because we're just kind
mhm.
of playing around and having fun, and seeing what it's doing. Since we're already done with the actual trades, I'm gonna go run and use the bathroom real quick and grab a
Yeah.
drink.
Um, let's see, Beep. If you're still listening, just either DM me or there you go. Well, that was quick. Well, then I'll just keep talking. Um, Also, could you say in DM or in chat here, are you listening or are you viewing? Because that makes a difference. Both. That's good. Um, so yeah. So what we have now in the blue area, that's what I would call a price pivot zone. And a price pivot zone is characterized by what was support, once broken, should act as resistance. So before the very large red candle, um, you see that it acted as some support, gets broken, and then the up move stalls at that zone. This is what you very often see, and just as kind of an exercise in trading, just open up many different charts. It doesn't really matter what time frame you use, although I would recommend you start looking at dailies, weeklies, hourlies, anything but absolute intraday stuff. Otherwise, you get kind of noisy charts. And try to zoom out and see if you can find these areas where support gets broken, becomes resistance. Once you identify such an area, draw them on your map, either with a rectangle or a line. It doesn't really matter. It can be a trend line as well, by the way. Um, and then just keep them on your chart and don't start to look at what should I do right now, but just wait for that location to be hit, because that's when you want to um, get involved. And when such locations are not hit, you're basically in dead man's land. Um, as in, these support and resistance areas, they're the skeleton of the market, and everything else is just meat in the middle. The market will just slash through it, no problem.
I'm back.
Yeah, I was just kind of explaining my view on support and resistance areas and how to treat these. So basically, yeah, it's the skeleton you want to watch. The meat in the middle, it's not that important. And I think that's a good introductory comment on support resistance. So
Yeah, I think that's actually
take it away from here.
I think that's a really, really good way to put it, actually. Because I think that's I was talking about my buddy earlier who's scared of the red. When he gets into those areas, those meat, like you were saying, it's not as important. That's when he gets nervous and scared that it's going to go the opposite direction of where he wants it to go or where he thinks it's going.
Yeah.
It might be just a lack of confidence.
There's I think a good way to kind of deal with that, and that is before you get into a trade, you need to be able to visualize what it looks like when it goes right, when your plan with that particular trade works out, and what would invalidate your plan with the trade.
Correct.
And what that looks like. And everything else, I mean, if the market is just consolidating in between success and failure, well, that doesn't mean anything.
Yep.
It just means you need to sit on your hands a little bit.
Yep. I think a really good comparison is when you're learning to race cars and stuff like that, you don't look at where you are when you're driving, and this actually applies to all driving in general. But you don't look at where you are on the road, you look at where you want to go. There's a term called the target fixation, where if you think you're going to go hit a pole that's on the side of the road, odds are you are going to hit the pole on the side of the road. So you actually have to visualize yourself avoiding and going around the pole and the path that you're then going to take. Same thing when you're skiing, snowboarding, same thing with a lot of things in life and a lot of sports. You want to visualize it before you do it. And then I also have the opinion of when I think about any sort of outcome in life in general, which also this applies to day trading, is what's the best possible option? The best possible outcome of this is all of a sudden the market jumps up and I make $1 million off of 6 contracts on NQ, which would take a heck of a movement. But still, that's, pipe dream, best option. What's most likely situation is that hopefully it gets close to my sell. All of my indicators are pointing to that. What's the worst case scenario? Worst case scenario is I'm completely wrong. And actually, there's a worst case scenario than that. But a bad scenario is I'm wrong and it goes down, I lose money. Worst case scenario is my internet goes out and then the market tanks and I don't have any way of getting a hold of anybody to actually close the position and it drains my account. But that's very, very highly unlikely. Or, it's up there with the government failing and money not being worth anything. But you have to visualize all of them.
I didn't really think about what's the worst case scenario in terms of internet connection dropping out. I always trade with a stop, but just today I thought, well, what if I go out and take a smoke and then I just die before I come back? That's starting to become a real possibility.
Hey, I'm sorry for putting that into your head there, buddy. Just because I quoted Kurt Vonnegut.
Fuck you, target fixation.
But yeah, so
Okay,
go ahead.
I'm getting a question from Beep in DM.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, okay. Never mind. I think I can answer this. So basically, there is a chart, and the question is, what do you recommend for the limited view? So basically, I get here a chart, and then, well, no grid, just candles. And Beep, I would say, whatever makes you comfortable. A grid or not, doesn't matter. But just as an exercise, try to start with no indicators at all and try to figure out what can you see. Just look at the actual price, because whatever indicator you're ever going to use, it is basically what you're already looking at. Nothing other than that. It's just a derivative of that same price, the same thing you were already looking at. And whatever you put on the chart, And I mean, if you look at charts I make, there's a lot of things on. Well, not a lot of things. There are some things on there, but it's always lines, rectangles, and stuff that I've drawn on it manually. No indicator, nothing helping me. It's just tagging things that I can see, as in I'll draw a rectangle between one lowest close of support and another highest close of resistance. And that to me tells me, okay, there is a price pivot zone. That's where I want to wait for. I want price to go there and then show me where it wants to go. Because when it's not there and it shows a pattern that I would normally look for, well, then it doesn't really tell me anything. Because that pattern arising in the meat between the bones, well, that doesn't tell me anything. So yeah, that's my answer to your question, Beep. Let me know if you got that.
Yeah, unfortunately, since we're streaming, it's also
Yeah, I'm
saved,
getting
so she
confirmation.
can always.
Okay, cool. She can always go back to, since it's there.
Well, and any other questions, keep them coming. Also, of course, for the Day Trading Ape. I have to say though, I'm having fun with this stream.
Yeah, me too. We should do this again sometime.
Yeah, it's
Anytime,
been
man.
5 o'clock
You're
here,
welcome.
so I'm now rightfully drinking beer.
Nice, as you should. It's 9:40 in the morning. I should be drinking beer, but I'm not. I'm taking a break. And shouldn't be drinking in the morning.
Especially before a doctor's appointment.
Yeah.
Bad form, bad form.
No, that's perfect form.
Okay, Beep is going to lunch, I hear.
Okay.
So, Beep, it was nice to have you around. Maybe in the near future we'll do another stream and I'll hop in again.
Anytime. You're
It'll be
always welcome.
kind of fun. Sure. So here, Frank, you see these you got these swing points
Mhm.
and the swing highs, they are contracting. The swing lows, well, you
Yep.
got this pin bar kind of thing. Everything is contracting. This is basically coiling a spring, right? So you got to break somewhere, and
Yep.
that usually tells you something. But if it goes down, you basically get a continuation of the day's trend.
Mhm.
If it goes up, however, then you get to the interesting zone.
Yep. And
There,
it's
I would like to see, is it a solid rejection or not? Is it a failed rejection? If it's a failed rejection, definitely that stop or that take profit gets hit. If it is a solid rejection, then I would here just close the trade, win or lose.
we shall see. And it's this timing of this is coinciding with the lunch rush and also your market closing too, or did it just close?
Yes, 9 minutes ago. And in the Netherlands, I don't know which other European bourses have this, but 5 minutes after the close, there is an ending auction. So in the United States, you have this extended hours trading.
Pre-market after hours.
Yeah, exactly. But here in the Netherlands, for instance, we don't have that. There's a pre-market auction. So the first 5 minutes, there's no trading. So the market only actually opens at 9:05 in the morning. And there is an after hours auction at 5:30 p.m.
Okay.
So it is different in that sense. But yeah, everything in that regard is now past. So yeah, you should be able to, well, sometimes, not always, see a direction that was taken in the overlap period start reversed back to where it was overnight, something like that. As in, the overlap session can sometimes bring a little noise,
Yep.
where an overall trend usually resumes after that.
Yep. And then I've also noticed around the same time period, roughly 9:30, it's this kind of coiling reduction or channeling, as I call it.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
and then usually a spike of some sort during the lunch period, which the lunch period is to me not really like a set time. It doesn't seem like there's always it'll happen between 10 o'clock Mountain Standard Time, which is noon on the East Coast. So it usually happens starting around lunchtime, but can also happen an hour after, or even anytime during that period that there'll be a sudden jump in volatility. So it's kind of sporadic for the lunch. Whereas at open, European close, and at the end of the day, and then when the post market opens, it always seems like there's a lot of volatility during those time periods.
Yeah, exactly, and
Like,
that makes a lot of sense.
what you thinking? I'm thinking it's going to go back up. I think it's going to
I think so
correct.
too. Yeah.
This the economy's just been doing so good, and I also I have probably the naive opinion that no matter what, the stock market will always go up in the long run, whether or not you
Well, that's
consider
not
it
naive.
depression,
That's just empirically proven, right?
right?
Show me
Just
a stock market that hasn't gone parabolically if you
yep,
look back far enough.
yep. So I
But
always
that's
lean
really
towards it going up.
deceiving, though.
Correct,
Yeah,
because
of course.
and that's you're looking at that in a very macro, very large scale, over the course of the entire time that the Nasdaq has existed, not in a
Exactly.
micro
But
over periods where you can have a recession and a depression where the market could go down for an entire year or 2 years or something like that.
sure, but the reason I'm calling it deceiving is because
Mhm.
it's not so much the stock market gaining value, but it's the price of the value of the currency in which it is
Correct.
expressed tanking.
Correct. Which is made up and in people's heads, but it has to constantly basically go up because there's more people being made, and it's monetary policy is a very interesting thing, especially since the 1930s when we got off of a gold-backed standard for
Mhm.
it, and it's just kind
And
of
71 when it's all just free float.
yep. And then in the 80s when the 80s happened and vulture capitalism and all of that
Well, I
stuff.
wasn't there in the 80s, and I'm not very
I
much
was a
aware
baby in
of
the 80s, but
really.
yeah, I was a baby.
I didn't actually know exactly how old you were.
I'm 36. I was born in 85.
Okay, well I'm 32.
Oh, nice.
I'm
About the same age.
yeah.
So you were close to the 80s as a baby.
Yeah, I just missed it.
Just missed it. But
Which is a shame because I'm told it was a very good time.
I
But
wish I was old
even if
enough
I
to actually experience it and remember it. But
exactly.
I know a lot of the monetary history and the business history of that time period.
Yeah.
Had a lot of effects on everything, basically from Reagan economics and the trickle down effect into the 80s of, this vulture capitalism where you pump and dump even businesses to get money out of them. It kind of made the birth of people like Madoff and our new favorite one,
Martin Shkreli.
Mailman. Oh, well, there's him, Scalia that did that to the pharmaceutical industry. But the guy who with the cryptocurrency that just happened recently was another
Sam
one.
Bankman-Fried.
Yep. And then there's also who's the guy who's in charge of Citadel?
Who is it? David Einhorn?
Is that David Einhorn? But a lot of those large hedge fund companies, in my opinion, are kind of going down that road, especially since the whole naked shorting and stuff and synthetic shares are
Okay,
SEC and FCC has
I have a
really got
question here.
teeth and blah blah blah. Go for it.
Um, naked shorting.
Hmm.
I've looked the term up, and I'm getting wildly different definitions. So perhaps you know what is the correct definition?
I think
If
this.
so,
I think
share it with me, or else
this.
just what is your definition that you are using right now?
The definition that I'm using for it, and what I think is the simplest, easiest um, definition of it, is so if you don't actually directly register your shares, your brokerage company is allowed to lend those shares out to other entities, hedge funds, brokers, to use as they need to. And what companies are doing is they're taking businesses like Bed Bath& Beyond was one that actually ended up going bankrupt. Um, Businesses like GameStop, which is one that they're trying to do too currently, and they borrowed these shares and then they short those shares and they basically say that this company is going to fail. So ultimately, it doesn't. Once the business does fail, they make their money off of the short. They never even had the shares, but the people who actually own the shares technically through their broker um, just have a place marker saying that they owe that, have now lost their money into those shares, so it ultimately doesn't matter. Now it's happening
But
with like,
just
go ahead.
just to interrupt here. For me, that's the definition of how shorting works. That's so. What's the difference between a short and a naked short?
Actually having the shares or not.
But okay, so I mean, how do you short shares that you have?
Let me just Google this and see if I can't find a better.
Because you that would just be a sale. You just be closing a long position. Because to me, I think the closest definition I've found to being logical is um, when you borrow shares, or basically you sell borrowed shares, but they aren't located yet, so you haven't actually borrowed them yet.
Just about right.
Yeah, I think that's where the difference. I mean, you don't have, but you actually have located. Naked shorting or naked shorting, the different from conventional shorting in that it is the practice of selling a stock short without first borrowing the shares or ensuring that the shares can be borrowed. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. So you're not you're borrowing it without having those shares located or ensuring that the shares are actually available for it.
Exactly. So
So
yeah,
so for
exactly.
example, with
I see
a
in the article that there is the possibility of failure to deliver. That's exactly what I
correct, and that's
see as the
where
difference.
that's the difference is there's a potential for that failure delivery, which is what
Yeah.
we're is kind of what we're expecting to happen with GameStop, in a sense, because we're there's more naked shorts out there than there are actual shares of the business, right?
But how do you know this? How do you know
That's the
which is a
theory.
short and which of that is naked? I mean, how do you differentiate?
Um, I mean, that has to do with the reports and stuff. Let me see if I can't find anything.
Yeah, because back at the day, I mean, I was also in GameStop shortly,
Yeah.
but um, that was just when there was a short interest ratio. It wasn't specifically naked short. I didn't care, even if
So
it's just
here's
short.
now the way that I don't think there's technically a way to know which ones are naked versus which ones are just correct shorts.
Yeah, but under outstanding shares, you have percentage of shares shorted. It's just below 20%,
Hmm.
with days to cover 10. That's not very wild.
Correct, but that's if it's accurate.
Yeah, correct. I
And
mean, yeah,
and
all I
and
can say
part of
is
the
about what I'm
problem,
seeing on screen.
yeah, and part of the problem with the naked shorts is that
You don't see them on
yeah, you don't see that on
official
this. You
data.
see what I'm saying? Like,
Exactly.
because that's
Yeah.
this is probably these are ones that are probably actually shorted. Do you know what I mean? Instead of naked shorted.
hmm Yeah.
So,
Uh,
and that
I'm just wondering.
oh, I'm not paying you or
I
clicking
don't
anything.
know. Maybe how do options fit into this?
Well, I mean, option is just an option to buy, purchase, or sell in the future. It's a contract for that.
Sure, but you could basically go short
Let's try it.
by selling calls or buying puts.
Correct.
And you're basically putting the obligation to deliver into the future.
Mm-hmm.
So I think rather than looking at what may be naked shorting, which you can't really see, the option market is probably much better a clue.
This is 2 years ago. Da, 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 da.
And also, there's one small thing I want to mention. If you actually locate shares and you short them, so it's a addressed short, so to speak. The owner of the shares which you've borrowed and sold, they get an IOU. But the owner can actually then sell that IOU as though it were a share.
Correct.
So you can basically daisy chain that position where you could actually short an IOU. So even if there are naked shorts, I highly doubt that it would be so difficult to close a short position, because well, basically what I'm trying to say is, because of this type of daisy chaining, there is no physical way you could get above an effective 100% short interest ratio. Because for every shorted share, there is an IOU created, which basically adds to the pile of outstanding shares.
Correct. But the problem is once you get into the concept of the naked ones that
Yeah.
don't have those
Yeah.
IOUs.
But how much would that be?
That's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm going through Reddit to see if there's anybody who has any sort of.
And also, just apart from how much would it be, how much would there need to be for it to be a problem? That's what I'm wondering.
Once they can no longer cover, and that's when there's the fail to deliver that happens. And then that's when price goes crazy.
I thought there are two different standards in the industry for how much time you have to deliver. I think that market makers, especially for options and such,
Yes,
they've got like 15 days, and other participants have something like 2 days or something.
Yeah, for us it would be they're knocking on our door and taking our house the next day. For people like Citadel, they'll give them 50 days and then they'll go to court over it and give them another 60 days before they have to show up to court again, and then they drag their feet. And I mean, that's because they're the ones who are paying for it, and they're the ones who are lobbying it. It's why I was saying earlier, like the FCC and all of them, they don't have teeth like they should. And it's also why when Biden said that he was going to start going after the top earners for the IRS, all of a sudden the Republicans are hating the IRS and not wanting to fund the IRS and all of this. But the return on investment, I think, is going to be like something like $605 billion over the course of 1 year or something like that alone. That was the first thing that he was doing with it. But anyway, I'd have to look up the numbers again. But it's because they use that money to get what they want and to reduce their taxes and et cetera, et cetera. And
yeah, but just to get back to the shorting situation, I think for professional market makers, so yeah, it could be Citadel, but I think they are an LP, not so much a market maker, although they basically play the role of market maker as an LP.
They're hedge funds that are connected to them and whatnot.
Exactly.
But there's Credit Suisse, UBS, or banks too, also that are all kind of connected up into that stuff too.
Yeah, exactly. But I think they have 15 days. At least that's what I recall reading about 2 years ago. But I'm wondering, I mean, what if it comes to a fail to deliver? Legally speaking, what happens?
Basically the same thing that would happen as if anybody goes bankrupt and can't fulfill a contract. So what would
Couldn't such a
happen?
firm just unload their naked short onto a spin-off, a special purpose vehicle, and let it go bankrupt? I mean, that's the way banks do it, right?
I mean, yeah, theoretically, ultimately they could, but I mean, it's
I mean,
you're
that's how they deal with all the toxic assets. They create a bad bank, and they can do that with very small things as well. Just spin it off as a special purpose vehicle, and
here we go.
let it die off.
I think I finally found. This is from 4 months ago on Reddit, so I'm not really sure how accurate this is, but somebody's saying that there's a off exchange of 80.84%.
And that's off exchange short.
Yep, that's what they're saying are naked shorted.
How much of that is HFT?
Let's see if there's any sort of more details on.
I mean, basically, a better question to ask in this regard is, are these trades that actually make it through the day and beyond the close? Because if this is
agreed.
just what has been traded intraday, then it could just be high frequency trading,
Correct.
algorithms, sub-pennying with shorts.
Yep. Well, there's definitely been a ton of chicanery, I guess is the word I would like to use for it, on the price of GME and stuff like that. I mean, one of the things is just whether or not the whole naked short stuff's going to even be happening with it or all. It's hang on, let me see what was GME earnings report cash. This one's old as heck. Here's a good one. This one's new. Yeah, so GameStop on their last earnings report had net sales of $1 billion. I think they had a minor loss that year, net loss of 3.1 million, versus a net loss of 94 million the last year. This next quarter supposedly is going to be actually profitable, but they're sitting on $1.2 billion in cash. And which is, what is it? Credit Suisse. It is not quite enough for that one. Was it UBS that they could buy? I think.
No, I think it was Credit Suisse at their down point.
Yeah, at one point. But basically, they have enough money to buy a bank if they wanted to, and they're about to become profitable, and their stock share. Let's see what it currently is.
But the amount of cash they have on their balance sheet, and whether that's cash or cash equivalent, that doesn't really matter, because you would have to correlate it to how much liabilities they have. I mean, they have cash and liabilities, I would presume.
Yeah. Let's look up their liabilities real quick for you. I think you will be
I mean, I don't know. I haven't looked at this company for more than 2 years now, so I have no idea what their balance sheet looks like.
Inventories, come on, where is total assets, liabilities.
Wait, you scroll past total liabilities slightly up from here.
There we go.
Total liabilities, 2.71 billion.
That is totally not right for them from the last thing I remember reading.
Oh wait, that's 2019. So we should look at the right side of the chart.
Definitely not correct. Let's see if we can find something more. That was what we were just looking at. 22. Do they not have one from this year? I could have sworn they did.
I'm going to step out for 5 minutes. I'll be back soon.
Yeah, hang on.
Let me know if you can find it.
There we go. This is in millions. When is this one? 2023. I know you're here somewhere.
Hey, just wanted to say real quick.
Hey, what's up, dude?
I
You're
couldn't
live,
watch
just so you know.
that's cool. I'm hearing I'm hearing an echo. That's probably because you're okay. Yeah, so I couldn't watch the stream.
Oh, you were hearing an echo in it?
Well, I was hearing his voice, so I could just mute him in Discord, and then I'd be fine. But
Oh, that's why. Yeah, you'd have to mute him in Discord versus that, or you can just mute the stream and you'd still hear us through Discord.
well, yeah, I was just listening to you. I just wasn't able to watch the stream. I could turn off the.
Yeah,
I could just,
or you can watch the stream in the Discord channel too. I think I'm live streaming on it too, aren't I?
yeah, well,
Yeah,
yeah. I can remember.
it's the same thing basically.
I just muted myself.
Yeah, you don't really need to see what we're doing anyway. It's no big deal because of the chart.
Worked for me. I'll just listen.
How's your morning going?
Pretty good. Got a chiropractor appointment.
Yeah, I've got a doctor's appointment here in 2 hours. I've got to take off about an hour from.
Nice.
I'm trying to find where I saw GameStop's liabilities and debts and their shareholder info.
I have a buddy who um, is a reluctant manager at a GameStop. He had to get some work, and he just wanted to be like a clerk at the store. But his manager quit, so he was forced to become a manager.
Yeah, I've heard unfortunately, that's one of the things that I have heard that's kind of bad about GameStop is that their uh, management of the stores has kind of been lackluster here recently. Unfortunately, there's been a lot of posts in like the GameStop subreddit of like just stores shutting down like day of without notice and stuff like that.
Mhm.
So I really wish they would treat their employees better, considering. But well, the problem with the current liabilities that I was finding earlier is it was showing shares and stuff like that too. But I found their actual current debt. And if I remember correctly, it's only one loan.
And I am back.
Welcome back, Bill. We've also got Crichton in here, another friend of mine, and I found it finally. Because all the
Yeah,
other
Crichton joined
liabilities.
a
All the
while ago.
Yeah, he just started
Totally
talking
forgot.
though.
Ah, okay.
So, but I did find the total debt
Maximize.
because what I was finding earlier was total liabilities, which is including of shares and stuff like that too. Their actual debt is only 614 million.
Okay. Well, that's a pretty good debt to equity ratio, I suppose.
And if I remember correctly, that debt that they owe is a loan that they took out during the pandemic from the French government. That's like super, super low interest
Mm-hmm.
type loan. I'd have to look up the details on it again. But anyway, so they do have their. What I'm basically saying is, to me, they feel like they're a very undervalued company at $14 a share, especially if we compare it to somebody who I say is incredibly highly overvalued. Oh, helpful. There we go. If we look at Tesla, which is, a
Yeah,
hundred times
that's
more,
extremely overvalued.
right? And then I'm gonna let's look at their same numbers here.
Yeah, I've been harping on Tesla for years. I
Here's the
wouldn't
balance
touch
sheet,
it with someone else's deck, really.
right? But I mean, it's just to me, it's either way. GameStop to me is a decent investment, especially they just had a regime change at the top. Ryan Cohen,
Regime change?
yeah, Ryan Cohen took over
Oh,
as the new CEO sometime last year, and he's the guy who started Chewy, and he's very
yeah, I
invested
read about that.
into the company. And, like as soon as he took over, let me see if I can find the letter. Yeah,
I think I've read his open letter on Zero Edge. He took a pretty big stake.
yeah, he took a huge stake and is not taking any sort of salary. I can actually give me the letter that he wrote. Oh, thank you, Yahoo News. You're so helpful.
Just in between, how's Deep Fucking Value doing nowadays? Is he still in?
I'm pretty sure he's still in. He's just kind of taken like a back seat to the whole thing. He made all of his money off of the original squeeze, or made a bunch of money off of it, which I don't blame him for getting out then. I'm pretty sure he's still in it, would be my guess, to an extent, um, and is still holding on, but he kind of lit the powder keg and walked away from it in a sense.
Well, that's the way you do it, right?
Yeah, no, it's very
That's
smart.
what short squeezes are for. You get out when
Yep.
it's squeezing. The
Mhm.
squeeze is squozing,
Yep.
as they say.
Yeah, I made some money off of it. I got out on some of my shares when that happened, and then I stayed in it. And that's actually how I kind of got into day trading because I was like, oh, I made a bunch of money on this, and I'll leave a little bit of money in the shares to see what it does, and then
Mm-hmm.
hopped into
For me,
something more
it's
entertaining.
pretty much the same. I think
Hmm.
it's mostly because of Alpine and well, basically him doing what you are now also doing
Hmm.
these combines. I thought, well, that's interesting.
Yep.
I want to throw my hat in the ring, see how I fare at this,
Yep.
and
Yeah,
then
that's kind
find
of how I
out
got
that I
into it.
absolutely suck at it.
I think honestly, you probably don't. You just probably need more time at it in practice, since you need to adjust your strategy and mentality to something different for
Yeah,
it.
that's it. I would need to really adjust, um, yeah, from how I would normally look at markets. But mainly it's just dealing with how you deal with it mentally.
Hmm. Yep.
I'm not someone who just gets up with the chickens. Um, yeah, I usually have a really odd sleeping schedule,
Mhm.
and when I say usually, um, I mean that in a literal sense. Sometimes it's normal, but that's simply by coincidence. Um,
Mhm.
so day trading, you have to be really consistent, not only
Mhm.
with how you treat your trades, but also in uh,
Your
when you
life.
are up for
Yep.
the market. I mean,
Yeah.
this
Well, and
is
that's actually something I
this
was
is more
talking.
for highly punctual people, I think, and
I
I'm not one of them.
I agree and disagree with that. I think it definitely, to have the consistency, you have to be punctual, you have to be consistent and trading at the same times and all of that type of stuff. But I think day trading allows for some leniency to that, considering that the market's basically open 5 days a week, um, almost 24 hours, at least for me. I know it's not necessarily for you, but with this type of trading, I don't know if you do have access to it, that you can trade it that way. But anyway, point being
Yeah,
is that I can kind of get on whenever on it, but there definitely, you do have to be consistent, and there is definitely an advantage to it. I fortunately, I guess, had that uh, built into me from years of education in school and going to school at the same time and coming home and doing the same thing every day. And then also martial arts for me, and that type of training and that type of discipline of doing something for a scheduled time for a certain setting of time allotment during the day kind of helped with that type of consistency. Um,
yeah. Well, I've also been to school, and well, I sucked
yeah.
at that as well.
I actually kind of sucked at it too, but I mean, it ingrained that habit of time and stuff, and my parents were very kind of strict on it. Unfortunately, with my new uh, issues that I'm having with the chronic fatigue stuff, my sleep schedules are completely screwed. Some days I need to sleep in longer, so I miss the
Mhm.
opening and stuff like that. But if it's like 1-2 days a week, that's not the end of the world. You know what I mean? I can always still get a trade in. I don't necessarily have to do a good trade. The irony is usually when I'm on those days where I'm like, oh shoot, I just need to get my trade in for the day to pass the account or not, and within the time frame, and I just put in the
Mhm.
trade and walk away and go back to bed or something like that. I usually end
Those
up
are the
doing
better
better
days.
than
Yeah,
when I continue to try and do it.
but that's where you kind of get back to the pitfalls.
Mm,
Um, when you're trying to be a day trader, and sometimes the market just isn't there for it. Sometimes it's just choppy, and the best way is to just walk away from it. But if you have these combine accounts and you have to make a trade in that day, um,
yep.
just to tag it as a day in which you've traded.
Well, that's
Um,
that's I have a
the
trick for that.
quickest ones getting in and out, it's just the best way to go. Just set a take profit with 1 pip or something, and
Yep, here, that's this right here. See this one that says past account for my
hmm
ATM strategy? I select that one. One contract on MNQ.
Or stop filled.
hmm yeah,
There.
that's
I
exactly
just.
how you do it. That's
I think I either made a dollar or lost a dollar, quite literally.
yeah,
But I,
that's
I
that's
actually need to
precisely how
widen
you
it.
do it.
I need to widen it a little bit, honestly, because sometimes by the time the order executes, the market has already moved that tick. And so it'll say it can't put in that stop or buy. uh,
But how much is that account though? The past account?
the one that's passed
Yeah.
that I'm making money on. One I'm making money on, when the first day I lost a little bit on. So I made $905 on the past account today. I'm up 3,651 on it. I have a goal of 6,000 for it.
All right, but
So I'm shooting for
basically it is
300
a
to
quarter of a million
$600 a
dollars.
day, and I'm only risking 2 or 250 a day. And if I hit the $600 per day, that's $6,000 every 10 days, which is enough to withdraw. And then once I actually get to the first one, I can reduce my daily goal even to $300 to $400 because I'll have that buffer. But if I want to have a large chunk after the 4 months, then I can keep putting in more on it.
Yeah, but the point I was trying to make is that if you're trading what is basically a $250,000 account, you don't have to tighten those stops for a single point where you make or lose $1. I mean, if it's $10 on those kinds of
correct.
figures,
And also on that account,
kind of irrelevant.
When I'm also trying to put in a trade on those, a lot of times I'll do. I'm still on the sim account here. This is on MNQ. Switch over to NQ. Actually, I'm on the sim that we're on right now, so I can't really show that. We'll switch over to sim NASDAQ. I'll put in this one a lot of times, which is a max loss of $200 and a profit of 600, and then put this up, which is usually what I say I'm willing to lose between 200 and 600 per day per past account. Usually I try and stick to the lower amount of it, but if I just put in one trade and I get screwed over right off the bat, sometimes I'll put in another one or a third one, but I do have that maximum of losing 600. That's why I like the 1-to-3 ratio personally. Everybody's different on how they do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
And I'll always move my profit up because this is guaranteed if I walk away to either lose $200 or make $100 at least or more.
Yeah, because of the trailing, right?
Correct. It's because of the trailing and the way that it does it. So that I would have put in, and I would have lost $200 on the NASDAQ account for that day. I would have got my trade in for the day, and I'm good to go. The problem I run into personally, my biggest pitfall again, is once I now see that I'm now down $200 on that, and it looks like, hey, maybe it's still going to continue. Let's try it. Let's get in on the opposite direction now. Right. This is where my pitfall is, and it's probably going to continue to go up, and I'll lose another $200, and now I'm down $400.
Well, you got a bearish pin bar, so you entered exactly correctly for what is normally a bearish pin bar. You just need to exit this quickly for what this basic setup is.
Correct. I mean, and this is a scalp.
It's hardly of any value, but
yep. But as you can see, it's already hop down where I'm guaranteed to make $100 if it does reverse, but it's also, like I said, it's in this pin bar.
Pull up the take profit by, what is it, 2 points?
Like up to like there?
No, not that low. There, yeah. Basically the low of the first drop before the final drop.
This one here.
Because basically you got here a pin bar consisting of more bars than one. Basically 3 on that bottom, and the one where you're now taking profit, that is the left shoulder of the pin bar. Pinocchio bar is what it's derived from. So that will be a natural target.
Right. Correct, but then it still grabs because of the trailing for me. So that's a lot of times why I don't necessarily put, like, because honestly, I only have to have this in there because Ninja makes me have it in there when it's set up. I would normally.
Well, it's good practice anyway because at least it gives you an automatic stop loss. You need one.
Right. Well, I mean the stop loss is what I definitely want, right? Because I don't want to lose more. But the take profit, this one I'll almost always move up because of the way that the ATM strategy works because of that trailing drawdown. Now, if I had a PA account where I had, a 20 grand buffer in it and I'm guaranteed to take some out, I might just put in, an open trade and then put in my own, sell stops and, sell limits after the fact, where I think they're going to actually be, and I not have a following and then move this like to, okay, I think the take profit would be here or whatever.
Order canceled.
But there is a risk to that, because you don't know which one is going to hit, so you'd have to constantly monitor that.
Correct. Whereas with the ATM strategy, I can put in the trade and go smoke a cigarette, go to the bathroom, take my dog out, go have an appointment with my doctor even, and just let it do its thing.
Yeah, exactly. So basically these manual trades, they're definitely not appropriate for news events when could basically get spiked out on both sides without a stop loss.
Yep.
Once entered.
Yep. Yeah, I find that to be a problem with
the ATMs are probably not very suitable unless you're very wide in the stops as well in these events, right?
Correct. And I find that's definitely for new traders or people who are getting into the combine type of trading, is definitely a really needed thing to get used to also.
Oh, I'm gonna be out a second moment.
Yep, take your time. Oh, I'm starting to make back on this one. Oh. Do you want some more water, dog? Is that why you're whining? You want some more Wawa?
I had a feeling that wasn't gonna work.
What wasn't?
I was trying to do some Baldur's Gate 3, and I had the new for Fantastic Multiverse. The guy created actually re-enabled Minotaurs.
Oh,
yeah, they're more reasonable. So really, see if I could see what their facial expressions looked like in the cutscene. But the moment I tried to finish the character creator, it just crashed. So I'm like, yeah.
They're still ginormous, I'm assuming.
No, they're not as big.
Okay, that probably helps solve it because I think part of the issue was it was like basically in the person's
No,
chest.
that wasn't the issue. The issue was the fact that when they tried to make facial expressions, it either looked like they weren't doing anything, or their faces just turned pure demonic. Like if there was a smile animation, that was one of the few animations they had. And so the rest of their faces would look like nothing except the sides of their faces just go. I can't describe it. It's almost like a dog trying to grin.
I kind of want to see it now.
That's the older version, though. I can't
know.
really.
I'm sure hopefully there's a video out there somewhere of it. Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
Gonna continue. Right.
Oh.
No, I'll just continue my other playthrough. I think I haven't broken my oath, but we'll see.
Order filled.
I haven't broken my oath. I'll switch over to a gunslinger, but I just might actually start a new play.
You gonna be playing this afternoon?
I'll be around. Yeah.
Cool, because I gotta take off in an hour for a doctor's appointment, and I'll probably be gone for like 2 hours, and then I'll be back, and I'll probably
just hit me up if you want to play something.
Yeah, I'll probably continue some trade, maybe Pal World or something else.
Either Pal World or
I could probably maybe do Baldur's Gate.
It doesn't matter. I'm not sure if I'm gonna want to play Baldur's Gate. I still might be a little bit burned out. I don't know.
Yeah, I honestly got burned out when we were playing it like every day for like 4 or 5 hours. For a while there, it was fun. Don't get me wrong.
Indeed.
I already have like 600 or 700 hours in that game. And that was before we did that.
I've got 583 hours in that. How many do I have in Pal World?
You probably have a lot more in Pal World than you actually have, since we've been just like kind of leaving it on,
213. Okay, my old save works. That's good. And am I an Oathbreaker? What am I? Mark charge. I am a Paladin Warlock. I don't know why my hands are glowing green, but I kind of think it's dope as fuck. Oh, it's because I have a necrotic damage. What am I? Oath of...
Does YouTube care about cussing?
YouTube?
I fucking hope not.
It does.
They do? Great.
You motherfuckers.
God
at
damn
YouTube.
It.
Jesus.
The best part about it is they have an AI that goes to... Well, not an AI, but you know what I mean.
There's gonna be this
Are there different rules? Creators can turn off ads, images, blah, 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 blah. Just tell me if I can cuss or not.
You can't, dude. I remember there was this whole thing like a year or two ago, where a bunch of YouTubers like hated it and they wanted to like, oh, let's switch to another platform. The censorship sucks. Boo.
This policy update allows those serving audiences hungry for edgy content to do so without losing money, and more importantly, to curse without inhibition when they need to. Okay, I need to find more actual details. I think that was like 3 years ago is when they did that you're talking about. And it looks like, yeah, March. Here's a CNET
I mean, I
article.
think you can do it. It's just YouTube kind of ranks your brand safety in terms of what kind of advertising you get. Some brands don't care as much about cussing as others.
In November, YouTube updated its profanity guidelines to lump all curse words together, whether you were saying shit or dropping an F-bomb. It's just, you're willing to type shit, but not fuck. Okay. And any foul language appears in the first 7 seconds or was uttered consistently according to the regulations. Your video could be demonetized for profanity. But in a video,
Yeah, that's the thing.
Tuesday,
They have a
YouTube
program that scans each, like the first
so
30 seconds of each video.
Were too severe. Upon reviewing our enforcement data, this is like a really fresh article. I got it up on the. Upon reviewing our enforcement data, they found that profanity policies did a stricter approach than we intended. Moderate profanity words like bitch, douchebag, asshole, shit, according to Kavanaugh, won't get you demonetized. That's actually mostly just has to do with demonetizing anyway. And censored profanity model, it's hell or damn in the title. Thumbnails or videos were fine, but fuck is still censored up friendly to advertisers.
I mean, I don't want to interrupt.
Oh, go for it.
You're reading this, but you don't monetize the channel anyway, right?
I mean, I plan on doing it at some point. My goal is to use this as a vehicle for donations. So any money that I make off of it being monetized, or anybody who signs up for my affiliates, that money is going to go to a charity. My plan is to make. My goal is to make $10,000 before I do the first donation, and then probably hopefully be shooting for that every month or 2 months or so.
Order filled.
To donate to
but
charity
the reason
and
I
have a
ask
vote on who's going to do it, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, no, the reason I ask is because this whole thing is about monetization. This whole profanity question.
Correct.
So
yeah, so right now we're not monetized, so we can say whatever
the
fuck we want right now.
Yeah.
And then once it starts monetizing, I think we just needed to avoid the. It looked like it just needed to avoid the F word and just like being super, super, super profane. Just every once in a while, it seems like it's okay now. I'll look more into it when I'm not on stream.
Yeah, and I can hardly imagine that if you're doing hours-long streams, that the algorithm is actually going to filter through every last second of it. So, as Creedon says, it's just the first 7 or 30 seconds. It's easy enough to be somewhat decent for that amount of time.
I don't know. The first couple of seconds with markets opening, I could be running running my mouth right at open.
Yeah, okay. That's fair enough. That could be challenging. That's just one of the pitfalls. You gotta add it to the list, I think.
But also, I don't think I'm going to be getting a whole lot of money through the monetization of YouTube. I'm hopefully going to be getting more from people actually directly donating to like a Patreon that will then go into a escrow account until there's enough in it to go to the nonprofit. That's my plan, at least. So the monetization of YouTube isn't necessarily a primary concern. I mean, it will definitely add more money to it, and if we get big enough, that'll be nice. But it's like, what, isn't it like in the pennies? Like people are having enough issues making money off of it that they're having to jump off onto other ones.
There's a couple of YouTubers that I watch, like Legal Eagle is one of those. He's hopped onto another one, and he offers memberships and stuff like that. Like, I'm not necessarily opposed to eventually offering like memberships that gives you access to be, in the Discord and talk with us when we're um, doing streams and stuff like that for certain members. Once we have, if we have like 1,000 people in the Discord, we're not going to want 500 people talking to us, and we have to find a way of culling that. And a way to cull that would be to put a price on it, and then we just use that money to do good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense.
So, I mean, that's one way of doing it. I've got different options and different ideas. Hey, looky there, making $2,000 off of a quick scalp in on 6 contracts on that channel. If only had done that on the trial accounts this morning. I blame you, Bill. It's all your fault. I'm constantly blaming my dog for my trading. It's your fault.
Well, it's better than blaming me, yeah.
Blame anything but myself.
Stop filled.
That's where the second part of my nickname comes in.
Oof. Let's see where this. That's that long trade that we were in on the other account.
Yeah, and this basically just has a very high chance of breaking the intermediate high just below the blue rectangle.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where you want to look for price action. And I would say there's moderate chance of the take profit that you have on now being hit. And if it's hit, I mean, the odds of it actually breaking the high below, above that bearish outside bar stop are also pretty good. It's just that the reason I like to put it a little bit below it is because
Guarantee
the
take.
tick quality on these charts, they're not superb.
Oh, come on. I've got
So
like high frequency trading here. It's like, nanosecond accuracy. Wish.
yeah, but seriously, there's if you look at different charts at different providers, if you go to investing.com or Yahoo, they will show different highs.
Yep.
That's why I like to build in kind of a cushion below it.
Yep, agreed.
So you set up your toll booth in a safe space. Basically.
There's even discrepancies if you look at this chart between where it's saying my unrealized profit is right here versus my unrealized profit here.
Isn't that just explained by lag though?
Yeah,
Or
pretty
commission?
much. It's lag,
Yeah.
commission, and that above.
Yeah.
This is, I think this is the one when I actually execute the price that it would be at versus this price here, if I remember correctly. But there's lag even in the execution because of my internet, and I have really fast internet. I have gigabit internet, so I really shouldn't have too much lag. But I don't have like a direct connection like the people who do high frequency trading and stuff do. But there's still even lag from when I put in, say, a buy up. I'm full now. But if I put in a buy, if there's a bunch of volatility and a lot of orders going in, there can be lag before it enters. And like especially at open, when there's a super amount of volatility, like say it opens here, I could put in an order here saying that it's going down, and it won't necessarily even execute until here or here. So sometimes you also have to be worried about that with volatility in your cushion of when you enter. And on those times, a lot of times it's better to put in, like a order at a certain price. That's actually blown a PA account or two for me on that. That was
That kind of slippage.
Yeah, I had a crazy amount. I was in too many contracts. It was my own fault. But
well, still though, you're not trading that kind of volume that you should have such slippage.
Correct. And I think it was also a glitch in the internet that day and stuff like that. It's not a common thing for me. It's not like an everyday that I have that amount of slippage. I think it was just a super high volatile day with a, hiccup in my connection too.
Mm-hmm.
How much time I got? I got another 20 minutes. My dog is whining to go out. I will take you out here in like 10 minutes, I promise. 10, 20 minutes. I'll probably just leave the trade in with it going.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go and cook
Mhm.
in roughly that time. No set time limits for me though.
You gonna come back on after you eat, or you going to bed?
I'll be on Discord. I'm not sure if I'll be on stream.
Yeah, if you want to.
We'll see. Just hit me up if you
I think.
want to go stream together more. Sure.
Yeah, anytime. Crichton and I were gonna, I think, play a game while I did some sim trading until 4 o'clock my time is when market flips over, and I'll put in an aftermarket trade probably. I really like the aftermarket
Mm-hmm.
for my PA accounts just because it's so much slower and there's so much less volatility and stuff on it.
Quite directional as well.
Yep. I like to pick.
It's more predictable even.
Yep. And so I'll use that for my PA accounts, and if it's being super flat and I just can't pull anything out of it, I'll pull like a little bit out or just lose a little bit and then wait for the morning, because the next rush is when your guys' market opens, which is what, like 1 in the morning my time, I think.
Yeah, depends on where you are in the States.
I'm in the middle.
Yeah,
Colorado.
is that the same time zone as New York though?
No, I'm 2 hours behind them. So like right now it's 10:37 my time. It is 12:37 their time.
Yeah, it's 6:37 p.m. here, so I'm 8 hours ahead of you.
Yeah, so I'm usually asleep when your guys' market opens, which.
Yeah, so you just said
I,
1:30 a.m.?
Yeah, I've actually debated on flipping my schedule because of the aftermarket being better and or at least slower and not as volatile, and then having that one open at 1:30. But I don't know.
Should be 1 though. At least
Or yeah,
our
1.
specific country's market.
Sorry, 1.
I am, yeah.
I misspeak a lot.
Okay, I know it's causing the game to crash. It's not that.
What is it?
It's I'm choosing a guardian, and it's not, for whatever reason, it's not putting them front. It's not showing their avatar and character creation, and I'm just ignoring that and going through it. And when I hit continue, for whatever reason, it causes the game to crash. So yeah, that's awesome.
Are you guys developing this game together?
No, he's playing Baldur's Gate. He's just trying to put mods in right now. And putting mods in a video game is almost like developing at a certain point. Or can be.
No, well, I mean, maybe.
Well, when you're making the mods, it's like developing and then trying to implement
Oh,
it
well,
into
yeah,
it
when you're
is like.
making mods, that's
Yeah,
another thing entirely. I'm not making mods. I'm just.
but then when you're even installing them is almost developer-ish because you're
Well,
having to go
it's just
into.
highly failure prone
Yep, correct.
for any game.
Yep.
I mean, I play a lot of Farming Simulator. It's very relaxing, by the way.
I've seen you play
Your
that a
doctor
lot.
should advise you that, by the way.
You should play some Pal World with us.
Yeah.
Pal World?
Yeah. It's
I don't know, man. I'm
Okay.
already spending so much time playing games while I
Okay,
should be
so
doing other
just
stuff.
hear me out. When you were a kid, do you remember Pokemon when you were a kid?
Yeah, I hated it.
Okay, that's
It's gonna
fine.
be a hard sell for you, Graydon.
Oh, yeah.
Shush. That's perfectly fine. Now imagine you could shoot them, or you can make them shoot each other. You can give them guns, and then you can
Don't they
force
already
them
kind
to
of do that, though?
No. Well, they use powers and abilities, I suppose, and it's all turn-based. But I'm talking about actually using an assault rifle and murdering a bunch of them, or capturing them and making them work on your farms and shit.
I'm actually kind of a pacifist in that sense. I'm fine with them existing as long as I don't have to interact with them in any kind of way.
Okay, never mind then. I give up.
Okay. Well, Frank was right. It's a hard sell.
Oh, I've
Yeah,
tried to
yeah.
get Bill into games before. He sticks with Risk and Farm Simulator. I think those are the only two
And the
things I've
Long
ever seen
Dark.
you play.
And the
Oh,
Long
Long Dark.
Dark.
Yep, yep.
Are you guys familiar with
Risk.
the Long Dark, by
I
the
love
way?
it.
I
I'm sorry.
know
Yeah,
what
fuck,
you're
dude.
talking
I'm a grandmaster in Risk. I'm
about.
serious.
I kind of want to play you sometime, but I also really don't. I
Well,
played
anytime, dude.
I played the
Who
one that's
are
like
you?
the newer version of it that was on the 360 that you played as like a robot or a cat or a zombie or something with different maps that wasn't like as uh, complex, I guess, as the original.
The original wasn't that complex. It was just very time consuming.
Hmm.
That's what put me off on the actual board game. But now
Hmm.
with web clients and desktop installed versions, everything just flows along. People that want to quit the game, well, they can quit the game.
Hmm.
You can choose if you want a bot to take over or them just becoming neutral, basically.
Yep.
So games go a lot faster,
Yep.
a lot higher pace. There are some other game modes. I like Capital Conquest, where the only difference to the normal game is that you choose one of the territories you start with to be your capital. And then when that is attacked, you don't defend with 2 dice, but with 3 dice. So that creates a wholly different type of gameplay.
Hmm.
Um, so yeah, that basically um, makes games go faster.
Yeah,
And there's more skill required to actually win the games, which I like.
that does sound more entertaining, actually.
Yeah, normally I don't really like games of chance, things with a lot of dice involved, even though Risk, of course, is basically a game of chance.
Hmm.
But I also like poker, for instance. I mean, that's also, in a way, a game of chance, but you can be good at it, you can be bad at it.
Hmm.
Um, but I, for instance, hate roulette, blackjack, that kind of shit.
Well, those
It's
games you're
just,
playing are stacked in your favor. The odds in the
yeah.
long run are always. You can go in and put all your money on black and red and win and walk out, and that's your best odds in a casino. Once you place the second bet down, your odds go down. Once you place your third bet down, your odds go down. Every single bet that you do, it decreases your odds. I mean, it's fractional
Well,
and fractional and fractional the more you do it. But
if you have 0 to 36, every spin you take, you basically divide your input by 37 and get
mm,
36 back.
well, you can do it
If
50-50 with black red too.
Yeah, but still, if you do that,
Hmm.
you put in 37, you get back 36.
Hmm. Correct.
Every spin has that odds. No
Correct.
matter how you place your stack on the board, doesn't matter. Every spin is exactly that payout,
Correct.
statistically speaking.
Correct. And then the
Um,
slot machines are even worse, and then all of the
oh
other
yeah,
card games that they
yeah,
have are the same
absolutely.
way too. Blackjack, if you play by the rules, so to speak, you can come pretty darn close to putting the odds just a little bit in your favor, and that's just if you're super consistent with the rules and are somewhat lucky. If you
But
can
then
count
it would be
cards,
a system, though.
yeah, it's a system, but as long as you follow the system, you can actually.
Exactly, but there's no skill involved.
Correct. The skill comes in if you want to learn to count cards for blackjack. If you can count cards, you can get the odds to about 53% in your favor on a single deck. A little bit less than that I can do up to 3 decks on it. I'm actually up over the years from doing it. I haven't been kicked out of any casinos yet, knock on wood. But I don't do it really full time. When you start doing the math on it, if you start out with an initial investment of like 20 to 30 grand, you'll be making around 40 to 60 grand a year, and that to me, and that's full time sitting at a casino doing it. And you really can't do that because if you do that full time like that, you'll ultimately get caught doing it and kicked out and banned, so you'll have to find a new casino and a new thing, so you really can't do that. And then also on top of that,
That's
you're
horrible.
sitting in a casino all day long in the smoke and the people, and I the only reason that I learned to do it
Not
was
worth
because I had a relative who was really into slot machines.
it.
I tried to explain to him to not do it, but he liked to go spend time at the casino, and so I would spend time with him and go to the casino, and I was like, well, how can I make actually money doing this? And I honestly, I didn't, I thought about doing poker and learning how to play poker and all that, because that's the other game at the casino that you can win money at, because you're playing against other people, not the um, house. And there, like you said, there is a certain amount of chance to it, but again, there's systems to it, and then you're also playing the people. And so,
Yeah, in poker there's so much skill involved.
hmm I just didn't feel like
Where
learning that skill. Whereas counting cards was like, okay, here's a simple system. I just need to learn how to count
yeah,
cards.
fair
And
enough, fair enough. I mean, yeah,
I actually have a
poker
buddy.
also the best edge you can get. It's not that big.
Nope. My buddy actually won $250,000 on the World Poker Tour when it was in back about a decade ago or so.
That's nice.
Yeah, he actually turned around and
Very
invested
nice.
it into the marijuana business when it became legal in Colorado, and now is doing very, very well for himself. I actually haven't
Well,
talked to him in a
that's
while.
a lot better than playing poker, I think.
Yeah, no, he was smart about it. You know what I mean? He made his money and
Hmm.
then ran with it. Like to me, this is I have many other investments too. Like so, day trading is a form of quick income and stuff like that for me. And for anybody listening and watching, do not use day trading as your main source of income or your main thing until you have years of practice and you actually have proof that you can do it for yourself. Never gamble with the rent or your electric bill or something of that nature. Only do this for entertainment purposes until you can actually start making money. It's the same exact thing as gambling or anything else like we're talking about right now, sports betting. Yes, you can put the odds in your favor. Yes, you can learn strategies to make money doing this, but never, ever, ever bet the house.
Uh, just to add to that, even people that are consistently profitable with this, and you want to do this full time, I would say put enough money aside in a dividend paying stock that
Yes.
even if everything goes to shit, you could still live off those dividends.
Yes.
If you
You want
got that, you make that your primary source of income. And then day trading becomes a second. Before
correct.
that, yeah, day trading it's really fun to learn. There's a lot to go into. There's so much um, aspects and points of view you can take to the market. There's really no right or wrong. I mean, Trading Ape and we kind of have a different view of the market, different way of looking at it, but there's no correct or wrong way. I mean, you could both make money doing completely different things. But yeah, the absolute main thing is that you don't need it.
Correct.
Because
And
when you
and
start needing it, you start to fuck up.
yep. And for me, this is like I said, I mean, right now it is my main technically source of income or whatever that I'm paying my bills and stuff with. But I also have other vehicles, businesses that I own, rental properties, um, stuff like that.
Exactly. So basically, when day trading would be dry for you for a year, you wouldn't eat any less of it. You wouldn't lose your house, you wouldn't lose your car. You could still pay your medical bills. I mean,
Correct.
that's what I'm assuming, right? Yeah,
Correct.
the rest basically pays for it. That's exactly the situation you want to be in.
And I'm fortunate to be in that situation, but it also has taken 30 years of being smart with my money and investing it and my time.
Of course, but
So
basically anyone that has enough money to invest, that means you're not going from paycheck to paycheck.
correct.
So yeah, and if you are in that situation, you are already in a way fortunate. I
Yes,
mean, a
very
lot of
much
it
so.
is also just being smart or at least
Shoot.
not dumb with your
I,
money.
I heard a saying once that if you have a shirt on your back and one meal a day, you're in the top 99% of the population.
I find that kind of hard to
Or
believe,
sorry, you're in the
but
top 1% or something stupid like that. It's I don't necessarily believe it as like an exact statistic. I mean, what is it? 80% of statistics come out of my ass. Um, but it's basically, but the idea is that if you actually have a more meal and fresh clothes every single day, that you're doing much better than majority of the people on the planet. So everything is always kind of a relative thing, and you want to stay within your means and what that is for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I think that people that have enough money um, to even attempt going into day trading, whether it's actually opening up a futures account or doing it via Combine or just putting money aside and put it into stocks, I think that definitely puts you into the 1%. I mean, I don't know where the cutoff is, but I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure that if you have money to throw around into the markets, yeah, you're the 1%.
Yep.
And there's nothing wrong with being in the 1%.
Nope.
Enjoy it. But don't be stupid with it.
Or be a dick.
Otherwise, it's not so enjoyable.
Yeah, worst are people who are jerks about it, you know.
Well, I mean, I can't help 99% of the world. I mean, I'm having
True.
trouble enough helping myself, and I was born
Exactly.
into the 1%, so I have nothing to complain
Agree.
about so much, but also nothing to be ashamed about, or
Correct.
I don't feel like a jerk. I mean, I'm not
No, I'm
harping
not
on
saying you
the
are.
99.
I'm talking about the people who have like, you know, will spit on the help type people. You know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah, yeah, those people,
Yep.
fuck them.
Yep. But and that's why we're trying to be with this channel for people that are listening. Any extra funds that I make, like I said, I make funds other ways and stuff. So the money that I make from streaming this and teaching other people, I'm not doing this to make money with the stream itself. I'm doing that
Hmm.
as a vehicle. I'm trading anyway, and I don't mind teaching. I enjoy teaching since I've been doing martial arts forever. So I basically teach for free and use any income that I make from the teaching aspect of it, of streaming, or that to hopefully donate and do something good in the world. So that those one or two people out of that 99, hopefully I can help. And since are you familiar with the term uh, ethical altruism, Bill?
No, I am not.
So basically, the idea is if I have a dollar, I can give a dollar to you, I can give a dollar to charity, or I can take that dollar and put it into the stock market and turn it into $2 in a year and then donate that dollar. What is actually the most ethical thing for me to do with that money that I'm donating? And it turns into a slippery slope of utilitarianism in a sense, ultimately. But my goal is to put money in the best place that it can and create vehicles for it to make more money for good. So maybe at some point I'll be donating a little bit and I'll actually have a combine that I have set up that I'm trading, and any profits from that combine go directly towards one nonprofit, or I set up a fund where we're investing it and then giving that money to a charity or using it to leverage for them, because my use of time is to make money, is what I'm really good at. And so I'm not necessarily good at distributing that money and figuring out who should have it. So I'm going to pick what are the best nonprofits to do that for. And that's our
Hmm.
plan, at least.
Well, while it is noble, I'm just thinking of one thing you may have overlooked in that plan,
Hmm.
and what I want to warn you for, and that is if you have a PA account and
Oh,
you are trading that with the sole purpose of putting the profits towards a charity, that puts an additional pressure on the trading. And
true.
basically, if you are in a losing position, it's not your money you are losing. You are losing the money of a charity.
That is true.
And I don't know what that does mentally. I mean,
That is a good
I've
question. I
never
hadn't
put
thought of that.
myself in that position, and I think it could be quite wild.
I think that's up there with people who are trading, other people's money and stuff like that too.
Yeah, but that's trading money from people who want to take a risk and want to make money.
Hmm.
You're not trading, um,
Yeah, you're
I don't know,
trading.
some kind of fund for treating cancer in children. You're not
Right.
putting that kind of money on the line.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I'm just now thinking about that, and
I'll
I
have to
just
think about
wanna,
that more. I hadn't really thought about the
yeah,
psychological effect of it, and I mean, and it's ultimately when it comes down to it, I'm more giving my time than it is the actual money for the account. So if I'm trading a PA account,
yeah,
the
I
ultimate
understand that, but
value is the cost. But yeah, but I understand too what you're saying is that the
exactly,
potential
yeah,
of that money has an extra weight to it.
exactly. You're looking at a position such as right now. I mean, the sim account is down somewhat,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, but
what
let's
if
say this is a real account that I was
you're
trading a
looking at
charity account.
this
That's
exactly?
$10,000. That's a car for somebody. That's a house in certain
How many
areas of
children can you
America.
feed for a day with 10,000? I mean,
A lot.
once you start looking at things like that, that does things to you emotionally. And
But then I think if you can look
if
at
you
it
are,
from the other side, if I can take that negative 10, like if this trade actually ends up turning out the way that we want, that's going to be what, a positive 15, 20 maybe from
yeah,
where
sure,
the
sure.
stop is. Right? So that's a
And I'm not saying it's a bad idea or anything, not at all.
no.
It's just that
I'm not getting that from
it's a
you.
factor to consider.
Yep.
And
And it's one I
this
hadn't
is,
considered, and I really appreciate you bringing it up because, and that was just, it
yeah,
was
and
just a
this,
thought that I had is like, because I don't plan on doing that until, I'm proven and making a bunch of money myself. You know what I mean?
yeah, and if you were into the category of what we discussed earlier, if you were a click trader and you get bored, then, you know, being bored and thinking, oh yeah, fuck it, I'm bored, but at least I'm spending my time for a good cause, then it's
Hmm.
so much easier to deal with it. Whereas if you are actually venturing into a trade on your own
Hmm.
volition, on your analysis, then it kind of puts a weight on your shoulders, and where during a position you are actually actively navigating it, it's different from a click trader. So I think um, um, allocating a PA account to a charity would be very well suited for a click trader and not so much for um, a methodological trader.
Yep.
Jesus. But that's just yeah, my thinking on it. Don't
No,
take it for granted.
I
Whatever.
am definitely taking. I'm not just taking that with a grain of salt. I'll put it that way. I'm actually that. Like I said, I had not actually thought of that as a potential for if I was trading a charity fund, for example, to make money for
Hmm.
them.
Yeah.
And it also, if I do that, I might not necessarily be trading a PA account. I might just set up more of a long-term vehicle type investment for a charity, and then once it hits a certain profit target or something like that, then it, gets liquidated and donated to them or something of that nature. I don't know.
Well,
I'm
you could
thinking
do it
of the
like the
idea of
Bill and Melinda
using.
Gates Foundation.
Go ahead.
They spend like you could basically do it in the structure of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
Hmm.
They are tax free.
Hmm.
They invest mega amounts of money, and 5% of the profit goes to charity.
Yep. That's a very similar idea. I think that's one of the what was the word I used? Ethical altruism
Ethical philanthropy.
or ethical altruism, ethical philanthropy, same thing. Uh, but that whole concept is definitely Bill and Melinda Gates.
Yeah, and just how ethical it is and just how philanthropic it is. I mean, it's debatable, but at least it's a structure that's useful.
Yep. Yeah, I had a business professor or econ professor, I can't remember which, in school that we were talking about this same subject, and it was, the idea of, is it better for me to donate $100 now or $1 million on my deathbed? And I mean,
Hmm.
there's lots of different factors that go into that type of, decision. Is one, can I actually turn that $100 into $1 million by my deathbed? And two, is $1 million actually worth $1 million on my deathbed 80, 90 years later as to what it was back then, right?
Yeah, well, and there's also a third component.
Mhm.
I mean, um, with $100 now, you could, I don't know, save someone from hunger
You could buy
who
insulin or
would be
something.
long dead by the time you are on your deathbed.
Correct. And,
So
and
yeah,
is that is the what is the weight of that person versus, well, and let's say that $1 million on my deathbed would be able to save 100,000 people versus the one person, and then you get into,
mhm,
this is where I said it's a slippery slope of utilitarianism, because what if that one person that I could save with that $100 runs off and finds a cure for cancer, right?
exactly.
So what is the value of
You
that
would have let
person, and
him
how do
die
I
if
value
you.
that person versus the 100,000 people later on?
Mhm. That's why I don't get into philanthropy at all. You get into all kinds of questions and trade-offs. Um,
That's
yeah,
why
no,
I,
seriously, I don't even give to national charities. I
yep,
mean, people come and collect by the door, but if it isn't local,
yep,
and if I don't know the person that is collecting money is local and does it absolutely for free,
hmm,
I don't give.
yep,
If it is local and I know the guy from the street and I know he has a disabled kid
hmm,
and he is collecting for a charity specifically for disabled children, giving them.
yep.
It's basically like
Yeah,
the
I
Make
get
a
what you're
Wish
saying.
Foundation.
Yep,
So yeah, then
I'm very
basically
much
I
the,
give what I would have given to 20 different charities, but I do it in one time so that
yep,
it actually makes a difference to that one charity. And I mean,
yep.
every donation matters, even if
That's
it's €1.
correct. That kind of actually goes into the same concept of the altruism philanthropy, or whatever you want to, we were saying it was, where you're picking and choosing what you think is going to be the best value for your donation, right? It's the
Hmm.
opportunity cost, if you're familiar with that economic term,
Yes.
of that dollar for a charity,
Hmm.
and that you're thinking that
Well,
that's the best. And that's what our that's I don't really want to have to think about the charity aspect of this. I just know that I want to donate to a charity with some of the money that I make out of doing this, and that I know
hmm,
how I want to make that money to donate. But as far as who it's going to ultimately end up going to is going to be um, determined by the community of people. Will vote and choose, but it's going to be based off of what charities have the best indicators for actually doing good with that money. And there's a I'd have to look it up again, but you can actually get like statistics on, how much money goes to
hmm,
what. Like the Susan G. Komen Foundation, which is the breast cancer awareness thing, like something like 80 to 90% of it ultimately goes to administration and advertisement cost, which it works
exactly.
because it gets awareness out there and people are now aware of breast cancer, but not a lot of that money actually goes into helping and funding towards research. I know some of it does. They're not,
Almost
and I'm
no
not
money
saying that.
actually went anywhere near any titties, but
Yep,
titties sell and get donations,
correct. And the
which
thing that I
then
have an
makes
issue with it,
people more aware of titties,
correct, which
which
is good, I
do we need
guess.
that?
We need that. But I need to start heading out to get ready for my doctor.
Yes.
I'm assuming you need to go cook. You're probably getting hungry.
Yep. I
So
am
I
starving.
am going to mute the stream so that I can have a. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and end the stream and then restart again later after my doctor's appointment. I'm going to leave the trade. I'll leave the trade going and just mute everything. I'm just trying to think
Yeah.
of. All right, man.
If I'm back and I'm probably beyond tonight, I'm only in chat probably.
Okay, that's fine. I
Okay.
appreciate
Hey,
streaming with you,
have a
and
good day.
yeah, let me know when you want to do it again. If you want, we can start doing it like on a regular, like once a week, once a month, or something, and schedule a time for it, so that way people know that too.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll think about that and yeah, let's well, just now I'm quite positive to that idea.
Awesome.
I had a lot of fun.
Yeah, me too.
Also with the people joining in.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun. Have a good day
Yeah,
and
you too, Bill. Great
well,
seeing you and talking with you.
yeah, till
See you
next
soon.
time.
Adios. All right, I now have the Discord muted and the stream. It is just me, and I'm going to mute my mic now. So everybody, that was a lot of fun. I'm talking with Bill and trading with him. Kind of screwed up some of the trial accounts, but whatever. Like I said, I'm trying to pass them by the end of the week anyway. I did make $900 on a PA account and 720 on the other. Those are the main ones that really matter. I'm going to leave this sim trade in while I have a get together with my doctor. I'm probably going to actually make a video today or tomorrow about the condition that I'm getting together with my doctor about, which is chronic fatigue syndrome, which I know is affecting a lot of people these days. So Anyway, y'all have a good lunch break. I will be back in 2 or more hours. I will probably eat also during that time period. And then when I get back, I'll probably be playing Power World or something with Crichton, maybe. We'll see. Anyway, alright. I am muting this now. Have a good one, everybody.
Stop filled. Order filled. Stop filled. Order filled. Stop filled.
Hey everybody, I'm back now, streaming YouTube just for a minute. As you can see, Bill and I were wrong about the bottom that we were talking about earlier. Again, this is a sim account, so it was for fun anyway, so it really doesn't make a difference. It's all for fun. Get rid of that note, because I am back now. We'll move this guy back up here, along with the Apex logo. Up above. Looks like he might be right though. He's coming back up towards that point that he was talking about. Our only issue is that we got in somewhere around here, I think. Thinking that it was going to go up to here with the bottom of here. And then it kicked us out. So, but here we go. Let's see if we can make 30 grand in the next hour.
Order filled.
Ooh, we can get 8 contracts. Let us take 8. Move this way up. Move this down to here. Let's see where we go. But again, we've only got like another 30 minutes or so before end of day. Bill's probably asleep at this point. I did mention something in the text. So we'll just kind of watch that and see how it goes. Mm-hmm. I am home. Yeah. It's just me. Bill's here, but he's Netherlands and it's like super late. So he's probably passed out. Huh. Yeah, I saw it and well, I gave him some roles and stuff. So that they should be able to see stuff. Were they able to interact? Ah, gotcha. No, that's fine. I was adding them in so that they could actually access to the, chats and stuff. Were you in talking with them? Did they have access? Gotcha. Yeah, well, I didn't know if they had access to the servers or the Discord and Pal World for us or not. Is what I'm saying. Because like the auto rolls are kind of screwed up on the server for some reason. But I tried messing with it last night, so I don't know if it worked. Oh, okay. So they didn't. You were over on the other. You just they're on the PAL server. They're not on the server itself. Okay. And chatting. Okay, gotcha. That's what it was. So those are the people who joined. Cool. Yeah. More people in the server, the better. That's all that matters. People. Community. Congratulations. You're currently not being able to be heard in the stream, other than me. And you also said you didn't care. I'm turning you on the stream so that people aren't so confused on YouTube if they actually come back.
Are people watching you on YouTube?
I have 2 viewers. Apparently, somebody's watching. Oh, looks like Bill might be one of them. He said, "Thank you for having me on Daytrading Ape. Let's do it again soon." Yeah. Oh, I had a good time with you, Bill. As always. Bill's a good guy. Really smart too. Always fun to give him shit.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, he says he's still on his channel, but I'm guessing he's muted and not talking.
You might be listening. $27,000 down. Could have been 27 grand up. Hindsight is always 2020. Alright, let's get some Pal World going. Ah, it says there's 2 people in right now. You got somebody else playing with you?
No, it's just me and you.
Nah, that was me not connected yet.
Oh, then no one's playing with me. Must have been one of the other people.
Yeah, they're probably off starting their own thing. They're welcome to. I don't care.
Yep.
Come join in. Trading Ape's the name of our Pal World server. People are watching.
Oh, it might be Mr. Steal Your Pal. That was. Oh no, Dove of Light and Mr. Steal Your Pal are both online. I'm not sure why. I don't know if they're both playing anymore. Dove of Light looks like he might be.
Oops.
I don't know. Who knows?
Whatever. Don't care. I really can't fuck with too much. Oh no, a bad word again. Is video game capture device. No, that's video capture device. What the fuck's video game? Did you see Jon Stewart's back?
Mm-hmm.
Have you watched it yet?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it was hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
What? Especially where he's like, look at this. Look at me. I'm 20 years younger.
E-Man! Or Cookie Monster, whatever the fuck he said.
Whatever, yeah, that was hilarious. Alrighty. Oh, by the way, you are streaming. That's a lot of chicken eggs. Good. I only need 100 and something more.
I think I put a couple in the chest for you as well.
There you go.
Doing something, and I forgot what I was doing. Something important.
You were doing a task.
Finding it. I need one more finding it.
Oh, that's a lot of chicken eggs. I love how they only take a couple of seconds to hatch, too. Wrong button. Diet lover, serious workaholic, and hurt skin. Actually, that's getting really close. I just need artisan. Seriously, really bad. Close. Serious diet lover, motivational leader. Don't really need anything that helps other mods. one good one.
Hmm.
That's the last one.
Stamina's a bit of a bitch. Definitely need more than just him.
Then who?
I'm coming in for Landon. So I learned that those lava falls burn you, so be aware of that.
The lava falls do?
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow, since we like fixed stuff, I think the sky actually looks a little bit better too on my screen. No, there's still some tearing. Lines and stuff, but...
Beam Comet? Is that what that move called?
I think I need to reduce the contrast.
Yeah, he's fast, but his stamina just drains like no one's business.
Serious, die lever, workaholic. That's actually pretty good. Earthquake resistance. Die lever, early body. Yeah. None of you guys have artisan.
People online showed it as like him being being able to go across a map super quickly. They must have been using cheats or something because this guy, Jet Dragon.
Oh, you're riding him?
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure you can actually breed him.
Ow.
I think people were talking about it. I could have swore I read some. I may be completely wrong. I think it's just normal breeding.
Why is it saying how do we? Huh? Okay. Maybe they can.
So maybe with like
Two articles
Swift
saying
and...
yes. Okay, apparently they can be bred. No, jet breeding combo, dragon and jet dragon. The best way to use them.
Go use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
I'm confused. It's not saying. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Only one way to find out. Let me take your chickens out for now.
just demanding attention.
You have a cat too?
Huh? What?
You're a cat too?
Oh, I have a cat, yeah. I had two. But my female passed away not too long ago from a disorder that was really I can't remember what the heck it's called, but basically she had a blood clot and it popped in the middle of her spine, right above her shoulder blades.
Oh.
So she basically couldn't move anything from below her shoulder blades effectively. And it happened like instantaneously. So we basically heard a thud because we think she fell off the counter when it happened, and then found her in the hallway crawling with club feet towards us.
I'm sorry.
Whining.
Man,
And she's about middle-aged for a cat, not like old. So it was like what? Like startling. Yeah, it was pretty fucked up. It affected my wife really, really bad because she was her ESA or one of her ESAs. Really cool cat. Really, really cool cat. Like
Yeah,
you
it's
could
always
pick
the
her
good
up,
cats
flip
that
her
grow.
over, and rubber belly.
It's always the good cats that it's never the asshole cats. They manage to stick around for fucking ever.
I think you can apply that in general. I think that happens to people too. As we're literally talking about two giant old assholes who are about to be in charge of running our country. I love the way that John Stewart put it. He goes, they're about to set the record for the oldest president by 4 years because they said it 4 years ago.
I need the iron. We need more iron. I have been farming the iron.
We'll get to
There's
the
enough
chopper.
iron.
There's lots of chopper, iron.
Oh.
Speaking of somebody who would make a better president than either of them, but can't run. And he's an immigrant.
Oh. Where are is this immigrant? Tell me I will kill them with my weapons.
Probably one of the few Republicans that I actually probably could have a sit-down conversation with and agree on stuff with. Other than Bill. If Bill's listening, I hope he was laughing at that. I'm about as far left as you can possibly freaking get. I'm like crazy left. I'm like Star Trek Marxist left. But I also think of things on a macro scale and really don't care of what we're currently in. So that's a much deeper, longer conversation.
Too far.
I got a chicken with Swift. I got a fast chicken.
You got the fast chicken.
Yeah,
The
it'll
spirit
fry
chicken.
very quickly.
Be the chicken.
I still haven't gotten a single random for artistic. And I only have 2 eggs left. Once they hatch incredibly quickly. Huh, you're breeding the jet dragons.
I want to see if it works. I'm not sure if it will.
Yeah, I'm curious too.
Guess if it won't, then they'll just end up being something random. I'm wondering what I should do for dinner tonight. I'm running low on money, and they have about 40 bucks dinner, so I gotta figure out. If I only have 40 bucks for dinner, then yeah, there's no way I'm gonna be able to afford weed. So I might as well just
40 bucks for dinner?
Yeah. No. I have 40 bucks in total, and I was wondering if I should save some of it and blah 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 blah.
How much is, I don't know what weed costs around you.
Oh, I have to go out to the Delta 8 store. I'll figure something out. I'm getting paid on Thursday.
There. I can Venmo you like $20 until you get
I
paid if you want.
appreciate it. No, thank you. I appreciate it.
I mean,
But
you can get food and weed.
the big things cost about the things I get cost about $60, I think. 60 with tax, probably closer to 70. I know when I get my whole full combined thing, it's about 85.
I usually
So
spend around 80, but I get 4 grams of concentrate for that.
mm, yeah, I spend between that around 85
Which
bucks.
lasts me like a couple months for $80.
That'll usually last me around 40, not 40, sorry, 4 days, maybe 5 if I'm lucky, depending on how much I'm using. On a well, okay, it'll last me a full work week, a full 4 days of work.
Okay.
I limit myself, but then I'll on my days off I'll have a lot more. So
It's not horrible.
two sets a week usually. Anywho, what was I looking at? What was I doing?
Definitely try
Right.
and find bulk and better deals though.
Oh, it's not that easy, especially with how Necros is.
That was a wink wink nudge nudge type thing.
Oh.
I'm sure you can find it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
If you knew somebody like me. Because I don't even really smoke flower.
Oh, I don't smoke either. Edibles.
I literally have pounds of it to give away. Because I grow it. That was actually one of my first kind of outreaches. Was helping people who needed that for medical purposes before it was legally medical. Medically legal? Legally medical? Whatever.
Medically, legally, medical.
Like, it's so funny because like I was planning on going to law school and my dyslexia and my dysgraphia. People would see me in court and they like hear me talk. They know that I know what I was talking about, but I would be saying the completely wrong thing. Like I don't know how I would have been able to actually make it as a lawyer. There were actually lawyers that graduated from school a couple of years ago, and they couldn't find jobs, so they sued their school because they couldn't find jobs. Yeah, I'm glad I did not actually go get a law degree. Would have been a waste of my time
I
and
tickled
money.
that idea when I was a freshman in high school, and then I just realized it was definitely not my thing.
Oh, it's totally my thing.
Why do I have a chicken in my party?
Because there's so many chickens.
I think it's one of your chickens actually. Workaholic and diet lover.
So what does it have on it?
Workaholic and diet lover and hard skin.
If it doesn't have artisan, I don't care. You can kill it. Literally just butcher it for the chickpea chicken. Or just...
Hey, well, it looks like the other people came back on.
Oh, cool. Are they on the server or are they in the Discord?
Yes. Nah, it's the server.
Huh.
They're located, their current base. I might just go,
Invite them to
wonder
the
if they-
clan or whatever if they want.
Oh, I already did. They were interested in doing on their own thing.
Oh, cool. They can do that too.
That's what they're doing.
I really don't care. All are welcome.
Yeah, they're located, like just, right close to Rain Syndicate Tower.
Go drop them a bunch of armor and weapons and a care package.
Already
or
did.
something. Nice.
Gave him a bunch of pals, including a
Sweet.
Frost Stallion. Gave him
Nice.
some refined cold and heat metal armor. Yeah, they're all set.
Wait. Stop. You stupid alarm. There we go. My phone has an alarm going off and it says say stop to turn it off, but it's not giving me a button to actually turn it off. So I had to say stop while I'm on a stream. That's really, really annoying. Oh. Hi. Bill might have been right. Our bottom was wrong. I was giving him shit for that earlier. I don't know if it's going to go back up to that point or not. We'll see. He's got not very much time for it to hit it.
definitely wanted to push towards it at the end. And if I had gotten in when it hit the bottom to push up towards it, what is that? 1300, 1 o'clock. With the upward trend, that's where it kicked me out. I think that's where I messaged him and said that he was wrong. He's like, what was I wrong about? The bottom.
You ever make circuit boards yet?
What?
Can you make circuit boards yet?
No, I don't think I need them for anything. I'm currently just cooking food. I think I'm gonna turn that first conversation with Bill and I into a whole separate video. I'm eventually gonna need an actual, like, person to do editing of videos things. Probably should have looked at what the better options were, but whatever.
DQ chicken sandwich sounds really good right now. A DQ chicken sandwich, if it wasn't so damn early in the day.
Why not just get free food at work? I mean, I know you're probably sick of it and all, but it's free.
I can't get free food.
What? Or discounted or cheap food?
Well, discounted. Absolutely.
You can't get a pizza that wasn't delivered or whatever or something? You know what I mean?
I can absolutely do that, but I'm gonna have to tip, and well, I could always go in there and get a discounted pizza. No, I could do that. I just don't feel like doing a discounted pizza tonight.
I mean, they don't have like ones that were like undeliverable or like prank calls.
Oh, they do, but they save those for the workers.
I thought you worked there.
I do, but the workers on shift. They have a lot of people working there, and it goes.
Yeah, are you going to be on shift soon though?
No. No.
Oh, okay. You're not working today.
No.
There's the answer. There's my confusion. For some reason, I thought you were eating before going to work.
No.
For some reason, I thought it was Thursday or something. Not Tuesday. My brain is not here. It's still going through what they refer to as post-exertion Malaysia. Oh shit, we have a shit ton of wheat. I'm gonna go make a bunch of flour. It's so dark. Where is... There we go. Oh. There it is. It's funny, you can actually see it better on the...
Alright, get over here and make this.
Make what? What am I making?
Did it not queue up? Stupid thing, queue up. Alright, I'm gonna have to log it down. It's not doing things. It's not doing things. Okay, one second.
Glitching.
Yeah, it's because we didn't have... Okay. Yeah, it was showing me the correct amount.
What do we need?
Give me 1 second. We'll have enough in about 2 seconds.
There he is.
Alright, now come build it.
coming. I think I have an idea what it is. I'm guessing it's a saddle for something big. Yep, that's what I thought. It's a saddle you can ride on too, right?
Mm-hmm. Actually, I haven't tried firing the rockets yet. Alright, lay it a dragon egg.
Oh. That's a good sign.
I should try to capture another dragon, see if it'll actually naturally come with Swift. If it does, that would make things a lot easier. I'm level 50.
Stop filled.
It'd be much easier to catch those motherfuckers. Oh, didn't mean to throw that.
That being said, market's about to close in 10 minutes. I just got out of a trade. I think I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the stream until maybe after hours I'll get back on and continue. But